Building some apps right now? Nice. Hell yeah. Yeah, there's probably some kind of like Rust microservice thing you could build. Like, honestly, anything you're doing with like processing audio, etc., should probably be Rust. You know? Yep, makes sense. Okay. Oh, let me start the Twitter. Okay. Give the Twitter one more second to do its thing. Okay. We should be live on the Twitter and YouTube now. The plan for the day, and I just did the today command here on Twitch. So yeah, we caught back up yesterday, figured out where we left off. We then implemented a few changes to the Open API specification. Turns out there was the update endpoint, or like part of the description, that was not polymorphic yet, so we ended up doing that, sure. So yeah, we're continuing along on the MCP stuff in parallel to those changes we just made to the API. We're going to be doing some stuff with the SDKs. I think we fixed our bug with deploying or like building the SDKs kind of dynamically. And in building the MCP server, I'm not so sure, like, in seeing some of the things that it's been building, I don't even know if we're going to need the Cloudflare worker like proxy. I just don't know if that's necessary. So yeah, I don't know. We'll figure that out. But we're going to let it keep building along. Because no matter what, it still has to do like the streaming capabilities to the MCP server, right? Because the MCP server needs to stream the data back to the client. I guess the only thing that we would benefit from is just Cloudflare's like DDoS protection and stuff. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But I'm not fully sold on how it's doing the OAuth thing too. Like, we're building a bunch of like OAuth client stuff into the database. I don't know if we need that. So we got a lot of testing and fiddling to do. We'll see if we need that stuff, but we're going to let the clanker clank along on some of that. So yeah. Let's see. Yeah, all right. So I think we're good there. Let's just switch on over. Oh, God, why am I yawning? I've got Red Bulls if I need them, but we got tea as well. Got the chicken thawing in the fridge. I did, just another simple marinade, like while it thaws. Salt. I forgot pepper, whatever. Cayenne, paprika, garlic, and onion powder. Just easy, straightforward chicken seasoning. I like the cayenne because I like the spice. So yeah, that'll be good for dinner tonight. Using up, so I'm doing one chicken breast, and then I got I've had some thighs for a while. They're definitely freezer burnt, but whatever. I'll eat them. But got to make sure I used up. So yeah, back to it. The stuff we're doing here. Let's get that out of the way. We're not using that. Okay. So this is the MCP stuff. We got it broken down. It's like halfway through, 41 of 88 tasks. So there's a lot to do still. I'm not sure what the MCP cursor is for. Like, this is super gross that this is happening. Well, actually, no. Right? This is just a repository file. This is exactly where that should live. I mean, technically, in the past, I would have put this up in like an mcp.ex file. I'm okay with that being here. I think I misunderstood that when we were doing the list organizations thing. Okay. Yeah, I do like the way that we made this happen in chunks. It does mean that when it was doing stuff like this before, I wasn't sure why it would do that. But now it makes sense that it was just doing it like bits at a time. I don't know if I would have sliced it up that way in the first place, but it kind of makes sense that, like, as they did the vertical slices, there's validation steps along the way. And those validation steps, need to get updated as we go. But if we tried to do too much at once, it'd be validating too much and we'd be filling context way quicker. I'm so curious what the cursor is for. It's probably the pagination. I think this is a pagination thing. No, I see no problem with that. Honestly, like, that's a use case that I'm not targeting, and I don't know if it targets like the social media networks that would be useful, right? Like right now I have such a tech focus of just Lobsters, Hacker News, and Blue Sky, right? I don't know if those are big enough signals to want to base any like buy, sell, hold stuff. Like, you could listen for anything, really, And I got no problem with people doing it that way. Sure. I don't mind. As long as they want to pay for a subscription, I'm good to go. Yeah, this registry thing. I'm not sure how I feel about the registry. And hey, Moshiko, happy birthday, man. The dirty 30. Yeah, happy birthday, dude. '30s are the new 20s. You are less than 30, though. So you're basically a teenager still, right? So high? Isn't that how that works? So then 40s are the new 30s? I somehow feel like this is a ploy to get us to work later and later and not have a retirement. 60s are the new 50s, so you don't need to retire this year. Yeah, it's weird that this is working this way. I kind of figured we'd be able to reuse some of the logic that's happening elsewhere. But yeah, so limit and cursor are for pagination. That's starting to make more sense. More like reality meets expectation. Right? You would think that you have life figured out when you get your first job or whatever. Dude, there are people in their 60s that still haven't figured it out. Like, nah, man. Never gonna happen. We're just all trying to figure it out as we go, and then we die. So I find this interesting. Let me get more music. And yeah, you're working on passing the GCP ACE exam. What does the ACE stand for? Yeah, so I feel like he's done the AWS one already. I think he's just going to like check all the boxes. But yeah, music. AWS and Azure. I'm not so sure I see that much Azure stuff. I think I hear more about GCP than I hear about Azure. But the kind of people that are stuck in Azure environments aren't tweeting, you know? They're just stuck at some enterprise somewhere. Right, they're at fucking life insurance companies. No, that's actually totally incorrect, Mr. Demon Wolf. Azure has a way worse UI for like dealing with any of that stuff. But in general, you probably don't want to be messing around too much in the cloud UI anyway, because you should be using some kind of like orchestration layer, right? Terraform, whatever. Yeah, but Azure's like backend UI, like everything's so disjointed. So it's really hard to find anything. Like it's worse than AWS's UI for sure. Let me put it this way. The UI is good within a small scope, but as far as like the entire dashboard is concerned, things are disjointed, right? And it's most likely because there's just so many different teams working on so many different parts, and they don't chat with each other nearly as much as you would think. Does Microsoft use Bicep? I don't know what Bicep is. far as I'm aware, Terraform's cloud agnostic. Right? So maybe you're thinking Messijo, like if Microsoft is using a thing called Bicep, there's the AWS one that is cloud formation, right? Terraform is agnostic. So you can take Terraform and generate cloud formation files, as an example. I would assume Terraform works with Azure as well, but I don't know that for sure. And it's going to be almost like, what was the one that Dax and Anomaly were working on? You know, the thing that they abandoned, basically. What was the Anomaly Co. thing? I don't remember. Whatever. Hold on, let's double check that. Yeah, happy Sunday, War. Excuse me. That came out of nowhere. With your current development setup, you did leave GitKraken as Claude and Codex can handle your merge issues pretty well. Yeah. And I think that makes sense. But Mr. Demon Wolf, have you checked out Kepler here? So think of it as like a T3 code competitor. And then you can be using Codex and Claude inside of this. Could be worth checking out. Factor, you like Kepler? Nice. Yeah. If there's any feedback you want to give about it, there's the form right in the app. I can pass that stuff on. Yeah. There's other stuff too. Like, don't feel like you have to use it because of stream and all that. Like, check out some of the other stuff too. Right? Like, try T3 code, try some of the others, see what you like about them. I think part of the problem is that some of these things aren't truly sticky. But one of the things that I think we do differently, I don't know if it's better or worse. Okay. No, that's fine. And I get that and I appreciate it. But I think one of the things that we do that we focus on more so than other tools is like starting from your tickets, right? Like your GitHub issues, your Jira tickets, your whatever, right? You know, being able to just like start a review from a pull request or something, right? Or, you know, address feedback that was given in that pull request. Things like that. I think this is a flow that I don't remember seeing in T3 code, but I could be wrong. Yeah, and no, that's another one. And yeah, no, I get that. You know, let's not hop on a hate train or anything. I would assume personal reasons. So yeah, I get it. But one of the things you might want to check out, especially if you're doing like DevBox stuff, is we support remote environments. So you can go and set up an SSH into your server and do your Claude code or Codex inside of that SSH server as an option. Right? Kind of cool, yeah? And then another thing I really like that I think we need to put some more work into, hidden in settings. Yeah, this is something that we probably want to call out more too somewhere. But here's another one, right? Remote access. So technically, if I click this, it's probably going to dox my IP address or something, or it'll be like local network. But you can set up an ngrok on your machine, do it to port 3000, and then bam, you could have on your phone, right? It'll show a QR code. You scan the QR code, and you can do the remote access stuff from your phone, which is kind of nice. I think we've got some mobile responsiveness issues to fix for the remote thing, but it's cool. I like it, you know? Yeah, I mean, it could support anything you want. This ngrok thing is just an example. You could do the Cloudflare tunnel, you could do Tailscale. Like, go for it, right? Ngrok, I think, is easier, and technically, I would trust ngrok more because of password stuff, right? Like, just being able to do, like, a quick, like, basic auth password is really useful. I didn't see any way to do that with Cloudflare tunnels. I'm pretty sure you can do it with Tailscale. Oh, okay. So it's like two like Cloudflare things you kind of gotta like glue together. That makes sense then. Okay. But yeah, like we're still figuring out how we want to support the remote access easier. Ideally, you would just select Tailscale whatever. Maybe there's some OAuth flow to go through for that. You just click a button and it does it instead of you having to spin the stuff up locally. That would be really huge. I don't know if we're there yet. Not sure. I also think, technically, we could provide a GitKraken thing. Yeah, like we could make our own, right? Because we already have like an auth flow for GitKraken. If you were to simply like do some kind of like OAuth flow with GitKraken to establish like the connection on your phone, then bim bam boom, you're good to go, right? So yeah, I think that would be like another good use case for like a paid feature, like to justify people paying for GitKraken. You know, maybe, maybe not, not sure. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll bring it up. I just haven't sent it yet, but yeah, that'll be a thing. I mean, so Mr. Demon Wolf, I am still working on, and we should probably get that going again, but like I need to do it on the work machine, which is why we haven't seen it here on stream. But the idea is that there's this website VC Bench, right? And this is a Git Butler thing in which they're measuring the speed, right? The time it takes, or you know, they measured a bunch of stuff, but they measured the time it takes to do certain actions, right? So as an example here, right, the amount of data transfer, well, yeah, 7.6 KB using the Butler thing, right, Git Butler itself in Codex, versus, you know, 17 commands and 32K transferred, 94 seconds instead of 20. So this is a Git Butler thing, and we have our GitKraken MCP server. I'm wondering if there's some stuff that the MCP server could do, or our CLI tool, things they could do that maybe are faster and less token heavy than using, you know, letting Codex just do it raw with Git, right? As an example. So I think there's still value maybe to some of that stuff, right? Like our CLI tool, our MCP server, right? Yeah, I mean, we're working on it. It's getting better. I would say, what were the issues with the GK MCP? And we've got a public repo in which you can report issues. Auth issues? Yeah, I could see that. One of the biggest problems I remember is that there were like a bunch of zombie processes that would be spun up, right? I know, I'm just throwing it out there. Like, do you still have your subscription though? Or did the subscription like lapse and you made the decision of whether you wanted to pay for it more again? Got it, got it. Because yeah, it's a year-long subscription though. So if you already paid for it and you still got 6 months, well, yeah. But yeah, if you hit the limit of the sub, I get it. What are zombie processes? Let's see if I got some. Seems to me like some of these GK alphas. You'd hit terminal limits on Mac OS. Oh, interesting. When you say hit terminal limits, like you just start losing history? Or like it was running out of like cache or something? Because that might be a terminal issue, right? Like which terminal are you using that causes that? Ghosty, iTerm. Could not open a new terminal at all. Oh. Interesting. Huh. Okay. So yeah, what are zombie processes? Well, I haven't had to explain this before, so give me a second. Basically, there was a point at which you might spin up GitKraken desktop or some other thing, and it will launch the MCP server as, you know, like the CLI, right? And yeah, no worries, JLime. So it launches the CLI to do a thing, but then it doesn't ever exit. So over time, you've got just a shitload of like instances of the same CLI command that are still running in the background, right? Taking up resources, not doing anything. And there was even a point at which GitKraken was doing this and hitting some kind of contention over like a lock file for the database that we write to. I forget the name of the database that it uses. I think that was it. I really do think that was probably it, Mr. Demon Wolf. And I'm almost positive we fixed it because I haven't seen that before. But it was getting to the point where like the MCP server wouldn't even launch, right? Inside of Cursor or whatever, Copilot, any of those things. It would hit some error and just not show anything. And it was definitely having to do with some lock file for the database that they all kind of like write to. And because they were all like reserving the lock file, or at least like a pointer to it, you couldn't even kill these things. Right? So yeah, like zombie is basically like it's supposed to be dead, but it's still running. And there's definitely like levels to that kind of zombie process. The worst is when it's like stuck on a file system thing. Because it won't even exit. You can't even kill it. Because of the, like you could do like, kill all from the command line, but it just wouldn't do anything because of that lock, right? They're waiting for the lock to be freed so that they can free safely, kind of stuff. So yeah, it's really annoying. I think they've fixed it, but we do have a few GK alphas chilling. We also have like 2 or 3 of these CLI processes going, right? Like Codex is running in like 3 places. We've got 1 or 2 of these, like terminals running here, right? So yeah, the GitKraken MCP server is spun up separately for each one of these instances of Codex, right? So I don't think those are zombies. I think they're actually like the MCP servers being used directly. Right, the ones that we saw in terminal. But yeah, good question, for sure. But okay, so let's continue reviewing some of this. All right, some of the tests get updated. A lot of word lists. And yeah, those are test files. That's fine. And then here are new files. Sure, that's a good way of looking at it. Yeah, I think the term zombie is maybe somewhat misused when you're talking about like your CLI tool spinning up a server and not killing it properly. So as an example, when we've been doing stuff that had that were like Astro projects, it would spin up the dev server and then it hit some error or something happened and it didn't kill the dev server. So it wasn't technically a dead process, but it was dead from the aspect of like the thing that called it was no longer thinking or caring about it. So it just started like incrementing the port number. Like we got up to like 4327 instead of 4321. Those aren't literally zombie processes because killing the process is doable, right? But the thing that was meant to kill it didn't kill it. And I think at that point it's fuzzy enough that it's okay to call that a zombie process. I think there's maybe like a better term for it though, maybe just like a stale process, an abandoned process, maybe an orphan. I think orphan is probably the better term for that, right? I think calling it an orphan is probably the better way to go. So it was an orphaned process, not a zombie process. Whereas zombie processes are zombies because they can't be killed, right? You got to like fix the thing that's causing it to be a zombie. So yeah, that's a good distinction. Yeah, I mean, we're going to let the clanker keep clanking. And in fact, we could just stage all and then unstage the stuff we don't want in there. Yeah. Both are things you don't want. Sure. Oh, those poor orphans. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it, right? I feel like the zombie process is still maybe taking up resources, though, right? Especially in the case of like not being able to kill it because of its dependency on a lock file, right? Like some kind of like file, like lock file contention. I would still classify that as a zombie. I don't know. Yeah. I'd have to double check. Like, damn it, Get Kraken fixed the bug, so now I can't show it. So yeah, we don't have a good example of pointing that out. But yeah, good point. Okay, so we kicked that off. Yes, exactly. Exactly. God, what was the name of the thing from Anomaly Code? Not Open Code, it was the cloud thing. It was like, it was based on Pulumi. I think it was just a wrapper for Pulumi. Zombie. Yeah, the Cranberries song. Like, yeah, sorry. I'll stop. Yeah, it's a good one. It's a really good song. Hold on. It'll be on their GitHub. Like, this is going to drive me crazy. SST. There it was. SST. Well, yeah. I mean, if we have to suffer, you have to suffer. Chaotic. Duh. Duh. Yeah, SST is what I was thinking of. And it is crazy. Man, like, they just... You know, they were, like, operating, probably, like, living on life support with SST. You know? They were probably profitable, but not, like, crazy profitable. And now with open code, I think that's their, like, they finally hit the home run. But even for startups, man, like, you just got to keep pivoting and keep building till you do that one thing that fucking, like, nails it, right? But yeah, they were doing, like, services stuff with SST, and that just doesn't scale. Like, a services startup is not going to return the investment that investors want. So yeah, I think they're nailing it with the open code thing. But okay, so we just ran schema thesis for the API. Nope, not that. No, get me out of here. Mista. All right. Okay. I'm okay with that one. Yep, yeah, so we fail out with that. That's an easy enough fix. Yeah, I like that. Let's double check what happened here. Oh, and that's weird. This used to scroll. Am I using the wrong pager? All right, so yeah, we updated those keys. That's all that really needed to happen there. Okay. Okay. So we add basically everything. We don't need the docs file, I don't think. We can't commit this to this branch. All right, so use proper IDs in schema thesis tests and make update notification. Use the discriminator. Now, I think there's one thing I'm missing in here. So yeah, API contract compare. I don't know if we have anything in our README about that. Okay, yep. So that regenerates the contract version. Am I planning to see The Social Reckoning? I mean, I'll watch it for sure. I pretty much only see like new movies on the plane. So if I'm flying somewhere, right? So I'll be flying. Actually, it's probably in theaters right now, so it'll be a while before I catch it. I'm not sure what movies I've got queued up to watch on my next flights coming up. But yeah, I'll be flying to Atlanta in a couple weeks. Not sure what movie I'll check out on there. I might just watch more of. I started watching Our Flag Means Death. I like it so far. It's pretty good. I just watched the first episode. Yeah, it'll like I'm expecting The Social Reckoning to probably be on airplane stuff by like November, probably, right? So I'll either see it going from here to TwitchCon or from TwitchCon to New York for JS Summit or React Nation. Sorry, React Summit JS Nation, or on the way back from that. And then, yes, there's some other ones I'm hoping for, but we'll see. Not sure if, like, I haven't gotten the confirmation. Oh, there's going to be a Commit Your Code conference as well. And that one's in a month. So, yeah, like, I got plenty of movies I can catch up on these flights over the next couple months. Like, as an example, I saw that, like, the newest Superman movie. I haven't seen Supergirl yet. The newest Superman was good. Like, I really liked it. Like, James Gunn, he knows what he's doing. All right, so yeah, what we want to do is we want to update the API contract version.txt. We updated the OpenAPI specs. Like the newest one, the one with David Cornsweat or whatever his name is. I don't think that's his name, but you know what I mean. The one that had like the best Lex Luthor we've seen in ages. Dude, I'd say, yeah, Nicholas Hoult did even better than like Gene Hackman in like the older Superman movies. Is that how that works, Sir Elfman? Probably. Yeah, Social Network was fantastic. I don't think the new one's going to be able to do it. Like, they don't have David Fincher back, you know? But I'll see it. You were flying East Coast to West Coast and just the choice of movies? Yeah, dude, it's crazy. It's crazy. Right, all the shows, like all that junk, like, man. You feel bad for Eduardo, but in real life, Eduardo was not a cool dude. Oh, really? Well, I mean, that's just the dynamic, right? Like, Andrew Garfield is just sympathetic, right? He's good in everything he does. Has he even played an asshole in a film? I don't know. Um, but yeah, just the dynamic, like Jesse Eisenberg versus Andrew Garfield. Like, yeah, Garfield's gonna seem more sympathetic for sure. Denounced his citizenship to get his payout tax-free. I mean, I wouldn't judge him too harshly for that. That's smart. That's just good fiscal sense at that point. Like, I believe in paying taxes. Sure. But, that was probably something an accountant like threw out there. Like, I don't know. Sometimes you just do what your accountant tells you. Like, I definitely believe people should be paying their fucking taxes, right? You guys remember the Panama Papers? How it came out that, like, the rich and powerful are basically paying nothing? You know? Whatever happened to that? But major slacker? I mean, Sir Elfman, I'm not going to fault anyone for being a major slacker. There's too much glass in this house for me to throw those kind of stones. No, no, no. So hold on, Sir Elfman. I believe in social safety nets and all that stuff. Absolutely. And I pay taxes for that, for sure. Right? But patriotism is bullshit. Patriotism is the worst kind of tism. All right, so yeah, we're gonna add these and I don't know, like I haven't had my cover or my like keyboard cam for a while, but I just want to brag again. Yeah, I got a fidget spinner escape key. Yep, exactly. It's vintage. Hell yeah, War. It's classic. It's classic, man. 700 mil in taxes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Right. But also something to think about there, Sir Elfman. That could have gone to help a bunch of stuff, but you know, it's tricky. You know, it would have just ended up as tax breaks for the ultra rich anyway, right? It'd go to a military budget we don't need to spend on. It'd go to the military that hasn't passed an audit for like 40 years, right? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Right? Like, I don't want to get too political, but dude, the Doge bullshit saved less money than just taxing Elon Musk properly would have gotten us. And that's just one fucking person. Yep. Yeah. Ah, shit. I forgot to push staging. Okay, so right, we got that going. Let's continue this part now. Oh, what we want to do though is wait, not in there. Not possible to fast forward. Fuck. All right. All right. Okay. I always clench a little bit when I have to do a rebase. All right, so we kick this off again. And yeah, this song's great, isn't it? Let's look at this. Where do you see resets available? I swear I saw someone had like a list of their available resets. Is that something you only get in like the Codex app? Right? Like we see we have one available, right? And yeah, we show that. That's fine. Hmm. Kit push force on Friday kind of person? All right. All right. Yeah, I don't know. Weird. Let's double check our actions not here in SDKs. What the fuck? What up, Venka? Some low-level programming in C after you've been on the web for years? Useless in AI era? I don't know about that. But I don't know, man. Web stuff's fun too. It's all fun. So yeah, we've got something where like this OAS diff thing is failing, but it's not giving us an error. Yeah, I'd like to have a bunch of this stuff spinning separately. But we've got like a bunch of like dependent changes. So we can't really do that as much as I'd like. But yeah, what were you doing with C, Venka? And I don't think there's anything that's worthless in the AI era or useless in the AI era. Like, you still got to validate the stuff it's doing. I don't listen to any of the assholes that say don't look at the code. And I know they're not all assholes. A bunch of them are, though. Fucking Uncle Bob. What a dick. Boris from Anthropic. I don't believe anything he has to say about engineering. Yeah, I mean, so the biggest thing with C is that there's a bunch of foot guns in how some things work. Like, this is a really poor example, but let's just say, I don't know, I'll zoom into here so we can see it. Let's just say you've got a function you're calling, like validate schema or something, right? And then you have arguments such as like Schema doc, sure. And I know I'm like mixing up case, right? I think they like underscores in C. I don't remember. But in this case, something like I don't know, build fresh schema, sure. If build fresh schema here were to throw, there are certain things like I'm forgetting this. This was easily like maybe 8 years ago. But basically, if this function were to like throw or cause an error, I don't think it's throwing. And maybe this is a C++ thing now that I think about it. But the idea is that some of this stuff wouldn't actually get like freed and you'd have a memory leak because of it. Just because this thing failing here ends up not releasing this or something. Like, it was a weird edge case that someone like pointed out to me at the bar after Seattle JS ages ago, right? And it's just like there's some weird little things like that, right? Where sure, like saving lines of code, you probably shouldn't do that, and you should probably instead have done, fresh schema equals build fresh schema, and then, you're free and clear. Right, so just some things like that, like understanding that, like, if it were to throw in certain cases or like have some kind of exception, and I don't think there are exceptions in raw C, so this must be C++, right? I don't remember. But basically, just like building things in a proper step-by-step way and not just jamming it all into like arguments is one thing that could be useful. But I'd have to really, really dig into what the exact use case was before. I don't remember. Okay. So it's running some junk there. That was the end of that album, though. But yeah, you're not writing loops, blah blah blah. Like you don't have anything on a heartbeat, blah 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 blah. Like yeah, exactly. Yeah, the way it's talked about is insane, right? And I feel like a lot of those people are just grifters, you know, like Boris. I'm spinning up 1,000 subagents a night. Yeah, we can tell Claude Code fucking sucks. You know? Yeah, we can tell. And that Pete Steinberger, whatever guy, right? Burned $1 million worth of tokens in a month. On what? You know, like what the fuck? Yep. Yep. Just use GoTo. Yeah, exactly. I use GoTo because if I don't, it doesn't feel like I'm getting anywhere. Okay, so hold on. What was the fix here? I don't think that's what I actually wanted. Yep. Yeah, so this thing just undid all the work we wanted to do. Like, no, motherfucker. Okay, so part of it was the fact that we named it weird. The name was the problem. Interesting. So it ditched our common params thing. And then because of that, we end up getting some duplication of name and type, though they do explicitly do the enum part. Okay, okay. I'm not so sure about removing the validation count. But yeah, everything you learn benefits you, right? You're just wrinkling your brain more. Okay. So that should be better. We can get that pushed up, and hopefully our deploy will work. Hopefully. And wait, iversity? Wait, what's up? What did I miss? Oh, 42, the network? Might self-learn that curriculum. It's so well organized and in GitHub. I have not heard of that. Seems to me like they're more of like a European company. Yep. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. So I've never heard of this. Could be worth it. Sure. Got it. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. I mean, it seems cool. There's a lot of those things, though. I think the biggest thing to remember is you don't want to get yourself stuck in like tutorial hell. You got to just start building stuff. Does vibe code hell exist? Yeah, absolutely. Like, Brainless was already talking about how, by just using AI all the time, it's definitely making him not have that, like, joy that he used to have, right? Like, there's definitely other people saying it online too. Yep. There you go, War. That's a fun one. All right, so we had that. Uh, I guess we'll add the tests. I don't know. We'll have to clean up some of these tests eventually. Oh, it's fine. No, no, that was all right. We just have it to prevent the spammers. That's all. And what's up, a Millenite? How you doing? And what's up, Jessa? How was the conference? It was great. Dude, yeah, the guys at Chain React are awesome. Did you miss any rants? We called Elon Musk a dickhead a couple times. That's about it so far. Pretty standard day. Oh, yeah. We got plenty of time for some rants. For sure. Okay, so we get that pushed up. Let's hope these pass. It is, yeah, it's a good one. And it's just, dude, it's just a fun conference. Um, their MC is the best. Right? Like, the MC dude they get is Kenneth LaFrance, and he's just such a, like, he does the banter so well. This dude's talk about state was really good, like Legend State. Well, not even just that. Like, so they knew Kenneth LaFrance. Like Gant knows him from like Toastmasters in New Orleans, right? So I don't know if you're familiar with Toastmasters, but Toastmasters is basically just it's where people go to like practice public speaking. So he's just so good about like he interviews the speakers, has his notes, and he just like rants and riffs and like I don't know, like he talks shit in like a good way, and he's not in tech, so he gets to like make fun of us nerds a little bit, which is kind of fun. I don't know, he just does a really good job. But yeah, the workshops are good. I haven't been to them myself, but I hear good things every time. But yeah, it's a good space. And dude, yeah, Expensify puts on, or they put on like the party, and their space is so cool. It's like an old 1920s bank. Like it's just so cool. I don't know. Yeah, it's a really good bit. I didn't stay at the same hotel as anyone because I gotta max those Marriott points. Okay, looks like Okay, we haven't gotten to the deterministic public API contract yet. So we'll get there in a sec. But yeah, Chain React's good. I think I also did that like Git Kraken agentic thing on Wednesday. Like flew down there for that and back that same day. And that went really well. I feel like it was good. We had a really good turnout. Like 150 people RSVP'd. I feel like we easily had like 70 plus at the event like show up. Like I feel like it was better than just a standard like 40%, which was awesome. Like I'll have to get the official numbers here in a bit. Like, yeah, I'll just ask yeah, I'll ask my coworker tomorrow. You think I'd be a good MC for a tech conference? I'm okay at it. So I co-MC'd JS Nation last year, and then this year they sent the invites and everything, so I'm going to be co-MCing JS Nation and React Summit. And those ones are fun because it's basically, or at least the way they did it last year, you know, you introduce the person coming up to stage. They got a teleprompter, you basically read that from. But then after that, there's like an interview kind of session after the person's talk. So I got to do that for Adi Osmani, um, Ryan Carniato, Jared Sumner, and I think there's like one or two others. Oh, Elion. I forget his last name. But yeah, it was really good. It was just a fun thing. Oh, those YouTube interviews, those were a separate set of interviews, but those were really fun. Yeah. And I told them I really want to do that again this year. They said they'd try and figure out how to make the schedule work. Because I really enjoyed those. And yeah, there's definitely an art to interviewing, kind of like a different cup of tea. You find Louis Theroux does a really good job of making a person speak, probably more than they should. Yep. He also isn't afraid to put himself into difficult conversations, which you think is a good trait for journalism interviewing, right? Yeah. Yeah, so those interviews, like, I had some questions prepped, but it was more just like we could just go and chat kind of thing. For the ones that happened, like, after the person's talk, I was basically just, like, relaying questions people asked from the audience. But still, just super fun. I enjoyed it. Oh, and looks like we already passed the Open API spec verification. So I think we're good. Our build and test should be done here. We're going to let this run because I do got to use the restroom. So give me just a sec. But yeah, I feel like I do all right with like the interviews and podcasty kind of stuff. So yeah, looking forward to doing more. All right. So yeah. Anyone got anything interesting going on later this week? And shit, what failed? Okay, so our tests failed. Mixed test. Okay. So this is a separate thing. We're going to do an explore real quick. Yeah, no worries, War. Yeah, thanks for chilling. Okay, so right, we're in explore mode, so we're gonna double check it, right? Okay. So yeah, like There's just multiple places like in tests that we would need to like start updating that version, and that's just gross. So instead, we should make sure that when we do update our version, it's only in one place. That gets read into API contract.version, and then that is used everywhere so that we're, validating stuff properly. And we've got enough context left over. I don't think we even need a proposal. I think it can just run with this. Yeah, so that should theoretically get us through our testing stuff. But I don't think we need to leave this like waiting on our other stuff. So we can just hide that. All right, so that's kicking off. This is going to run again when this finishes. Well, let's dip it. Yep. Yep. Let's double check. Let's do another mix test. All right. Okay, cool. So then this will kick off again. All right, this is the MCP server kicking. Yeah, SDKs here now. So we can wait on this. Implementation paused. Yeah, so the Kyoto spike would run after we've gotten these pushed up. All right, so this part is slightly blocked at the moment. Okay. We could start kicking off more of this. All right, so we had that discovery around, wanting to build an isolated benchmark suite, right? In a way where you have consistent CPU access, no noisy neighbor problems, right? Consistent memory access, etc., right? It doesn't necessarily need to be like durable across runs, but it does need to be durable in like a single run, right? So you benchmark possibly one version, then you benchmark another, and you do a comparison. That would probably have more value than just like an isolated single benchmark, right? So yeah, we started discussing this a bit. We're using OpenCode Go at the moment. So let's like think about this. My 2 points are basically the same problem. Unpredictable co-tenancy, right? On our dev machine, the noisy neighbor is an agent swarm in Chrome and other stuff. On GitHub Actions, it's other Azure tenants and a hypervisor you can't see. One tool, two environments, but the environments differ wildly in what isolation is achievable, which is exactly why the attestation idea matters so much. Okay. So who owns the machine, right? Dev machine, you have root, CI runner, root in VM, but the VM itself is trapped. Right? The second row are like the things that screw us up. Right? On our dev machine, the tool can actively fix the noise, right? Move the agents on hosted GHA. The tool can only detect and refuse report. That's fine. Honesty about the environment is the brand. Okay, so yeah, I like the way it kind of did this analysis of the SaaS landscape. So the tool could run everywhere, the guarantees don't. All right, so VMs are probably the way to go. But yeah, Mac OS has no hard pinning. Hmm. I almost feel like there's got to be a way to do this for Windows, but maybe not. So gvisor is isolated because of noise isolation issues, like disqualified. All right. Unicraft and unikernel, it's saying to skip. Yeah, so we got to do A/B testing, right? A paired session. Yep. 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 An artifact that the SAS can store, sure. Mess with the best, die like the rest. But yeah, how you doing, Kinslayer? What you up to? Yeah, I mean, this now feels like a fairly good path ahead. Oh, I quite like the idea of this. Oh, all right. So maybe the thing that the local CLI tool does is maybe not like just the benchmarking part. It's just like a queue. So then theoretically you could have, right? Like you could have a queue in the local tool that simply like queues up the things that need to run the benchmark and then makes that agent wait, right? Because the idea is like the agent thing, or at least like having an agent be able to do these, right? So if you were to run the command to queue up a benchmark within your project, it would be queued up in the server, and then maybe you set something in your agent's MD to check the queue on intervals and wait in the other like harnesses and in the other sessions until the queue is like, okay, things are quiet enough now. We can run the benchmarks. We run the benchmarks. You decide how long we're willing to wait between. Like, okay, this has been waiting for the queued benchmarking to go. If it waits longer than 5 minutes, well, we wait to finish up more of the queue and we kick off more stuff with the agents, right? And then from there, we can like pick back up the queue when we realize that nothing is like needing to run, waiting, and we're polling for a quieter time, right? But then you just have it in your agent that tells it, do not kick off any new work if we are running benchmarks. Like, I don't know, there's definitely something there. I think that could be worthwhile. I still think like the cloud software as a service thing is the move. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I really like this. There's definitely something we could do there. Okay. Yep, yep, yep. All right. So I like the idea. Um let's try and figure this part out. So, number 1. right? So, yeah. All right, so then number 2, I want to use the fair source license. Right, fair.io. Licenses, functional source license. Okay, so then which license should I use if I want enterprise to use my OSS? Apache or MIT? Okay, so we'll do Apache. Yeah, okay. So we'll do Apache. All right, so then 3, yes, paired session is the only reliable way to benchmark like this, since ENVs may change. Okay. All right, and then for what was number 4? Yeah, I think a queue and management of that queue will be very useful for both the local and SaaS versions of this. It would even Yeah, had to do it with Gorge because it's the only one that has Kimmy K3 right now. Olama doesn't have that. So, yeah, I don't mind supporting them. I'm really annoyed at Olama for putting Kimmy K3 support behind like extra credits. I find that really annoying. Yeah, it's super annoying. Now, I don't know if it's changed because they just recently got a bunch of investment. But if we go look at it, right, they got this right here, right? Requires Pro or Max and consumes extra usage credits. So yeah, like, nah, whatever. I'll keep using GLM or something. And I still got the Minimax. I probably need to cancel the Minimax at some point. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure yet. Because I don't think... I mean, I like Minimax as just, like, a company. They got the new DeepSeek Flash model. Like, you mean 4? Like, how new? Like, I see V4, Flash, and Pro. Is there like a V4.1 or something? Oh, wait, that was the wrong thing. Here we go. Okay. Yeah. So, got it. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, Flash latest and this one, I think they're probably the same thing, right? Like, they just updated Flash latest, but this is the one that's, like, versioned. Yeah, it's the 0731. And is OpenRouter API still slow? I mean, it depends on what you're doing with it. It seems to be fast enough for what I'm using it for. Like in my production stuff and other stuff. And I don't remember what keeps doing this. I think Chrome's pulling shenanigans there. Okay, interesting. So V4 Flash with max effort is actually better than V4 Pro? Damn, dude. Wait, is GLM not in there? No, it is. Am I just missing it? Oh, okay. Damn, dude. What? Okay, that's blowing my fucking mind. Massively cheaper. Dude, V4 Flash, like, latest, like the 731. Damn, dude. And it's faster, right? Lower latency, higher throughput. The output's lower. And it's more quantized, but I don't think that's a problem. Can we do like a 1-to-1? Yeah, so deep infra versus deep infra. So both FP4, sure. But yeah, price-wise, damn. Damn. And I guess here's my question, right? Like V4 Flash 731 That's probably locally hostable, right? Right, so for general intelligence, GLM 52 might be the workhorse. They're like dead even for the coding stuff, at least as they're measuring it here. As far as like agentic goes, doing pretty good. Yeah, dude. So now I was just trying to think about like something that we'd want to try and do like the whole like loop heartbeat thing for. Right? Now, I don't know about a fucking graph. I don't even know what that means in this context. But I do like the idea of kicking something off. Like Hermes? I don't know about Hermes. Is that something Hermes does? Like, I was just thinking like heartbeat bullshit. Well, yeah, but like, I think a bunch of things have heartbeat support, right? Like, literally, it's just a cron job. Yeah. Basically, like I want to do it to build something though, right? Like I don't want it to like do stuff for me, but I do want it to like, just iterate and build and do something that way. When I missed follow, did I? Yeah, weird. Why am I not seeing that there? I'm gonna refresh it just in case. Yeah, weird. Well, yeah, Trollroy. Twitch sent me an email about your follow. Thank you. But yeah, I don't see it in my activity feed. Weird. Maybe you like did it and then undid it. It's fine. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's fine. It's not a big deal either way. But yeah, for some reason my activity feed doesn't show it. Like it doesn't show anything for the past 20 hours. That sounds like a Twitch thing. Sounds like a Twitch bug to me. But yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate it. So yeah, and then yeah, like a piece of software. Exactly, Vigorge. Right? Like, you know me. I got ideas for days. Right? What could we kick off? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so the clankers clanked. Scale down the size of my container? Wait, what do you mean? If I'm using Docker for Messijo deployments, I'm not. Yeah, we're just doing a raw deploy. Because Elixir has like a compilation step. So you don't need to do like the runtime kind of bullshit of like shipping an Elixir version separately, like Docker wise. You just bundle it into a single like deployable artifact. And it ships with the Beam and Elixir and all that. So there's a lot less like environment bullshit to deal with. It's pretty nice. So yeah, we're just running basically bare metal. Minimizing the artifact size? I mean, that would just be some auto research. That would be easy enough. Like, nah, we wouldn't even need some kind of like looping thing like that. We'd just run auto research. Problem solved. But that's not something I care that much about. But okay, so let's get back to that part. We're good. How'd this go? Ready to archive. I don't think we need to archive nothing. Yeah, we just push that up. So let's at least verify our CI/CD. And bam, build and test succeeded. Prod deploy failed though, because contract pre-flight failed though. Cannot override. Yeah. All right, so yeah, I'm liking the fact that we have these gates. We shouldn't end up needing to like update or change any of these anyway, right? So yeah, updating to 0.3.0 and publishing and pushing that to the SDKs repo is essential at this point. So yeah, awesome. So how's today going so far? You took a break? It's going well. Yeah, we're chilling. Went and picked up actually no. I tried to pick up my pants that were getting hemmed because of the whole render ATL thing. But they were busy and I wanted to get back here to stream. Like I got there with plenty of time, but they hadn't finished doing the alterations yet. So I'll just go back tomorrow. But I grabbed like 3 jackets from Value Village and some shoes. I think I'm definitely a 42, not a 40. And I think I'm technically like a 42S, like shorter. But these are 40s, so they don't button. But maybe, theoretically I lose enough weight to where they do button here eventually. That's the dream. That's the goal. But yeah, what up, J-Lem? Mr. Sir. So yeah, basically, I'll get the pants back. I'll try on the shirts I got my shirt. I'll try on the jackets and like pair them and, get some validation. You're a 38-29. Is 29 your inseam? So I don't know what pant sizes I am at all. I didn't even look at the pant sizes. They just measured me and I tried them on. But today, I lost the sheet of paper that had this stuff on it. 29 is the length for the coat. See, I wasn't aware of like a length number. I've only seen 40S, 40R, and 40L. Right? So maybe like the 29 is what they like alter it to. Okay, yeah. You're saying for pants. Got it. Okay. So yeah, 38 waist, 29 like length. Gotcha. Yeah, 29. Those are short. I think I typically do like a 32. I'm probably closer to a 34 these days. As far as the pants go. Yeah, dude. You got some stubby little legs. But also, here's the thing. Are you like, where are you wearing them? Because theoretically, you should be wearing the pants like just below the belly button. Instead of like, for me, like below the fupa. Which is where I normally wear my pants. Let me get more music going though. But yeah, anyway, I don't know. I've never really owned dress clothes. This is my first suit. So, just didn't bring myself to pull the trigger on the blazer that I tried at the Men's Warehouse, because that's a $200 blazer. I got 3 of these fucking jackets for like $15 each. So I'll just comb a couple more like Value Villages for stuff that might fit. But a lot of it's old school, like shoulder pads and shit. I'll see if I can remove the shoulder pads. All right, music. There we go. All right, so yeah, we're trying to make sure this deploy works. Compilation looks like it's going well. Yeah, so this all looks good. So then, yes, we'll continue along. We're on this step now. Human in the loop. So we're going to do that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know. For 15 to 20 bucks, why not? And there's a decent like 2-week return policy. So, I'll figure out which one fits the best, which one looks best with like the pants and shirt I got. And then I can return the ones that I don't want, because I grabbed 3 of them. And then, yeah, I'll get store credit for them for, maybe another suit jacket eventually. Who knows? I don't think we're ever going to have super admin in the MCP server. But I don't see a reason to remove it. Never see you going to Kohl's? Kohl's. Kohl's is a clothing store. For some reason, I thought Kohl's was like a hardware store, like Home Depot or something. Huh. I didn't know that. All right. Yeah, I went into Marshall's just to see if they had some like suit jackets. They had like one and it was like $600. Like, fuck that, dude. Hell no. Sephora owns them? Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I feel like I do kind of like the idea that all of this MCP stuff is separated out. I think some of this stuff ends up being a bit redundant, but okay. Ooh, I bet Brainless hates this code. Brainless, are you seeing this? Not just the width, but like, all of the bracketized lookups. But like, dude, that's a lot of like chained width like garbage. It's pretty gross, right? But yeah, like these should all be like get in, right? Just because of the else here. Got it. So you're saying like the mixing of like the true and the okays? Right? Like why not make these okays? But yeah, this one's doing like an in. Oh, and that's a good point. Yeah, if it fails, which part failed? Touche. Yeah, that's a really good point. Yep. What's up, Sakurai? How you doing? Okay. But am I still right in recognizing that you would prefer get in instead of like that? Yeah, theoretically, we kind of know the shape, but not really. I don't know. It feels pretty gross. You're trying to code a custom view visuals for a mobile game such that edges of screen are FPS while it transitions into top-down 2D as it gets to the middle of screen. Oh, really, Brainless? I thought if the foo ABC was nil, then trying to index into nil with BCD would fail. Is that not like I thought it would be like a throw? Is that not the case? Ah, okay. Well, all right then. How dare you? I'm kidding. I think one thing that's just annoying is like, I don't know, couldn't we have destructured request here and done the pattern match that way too? But maybe it's to be more permissive because we should have been able to do arguments here, right? Please don't. Oh, you're saying that like pattern matching on request having arguments is a bad idea? Really? To me it seems like it should be like a validation. Like there's not a single place that arguments isn't added to this prefix. Yeah, like it seems to me like arguments should be there. If it's not there, that would be a huge problem because all these other things depend on it, right? Yeah, that's what I was getting at though. But I guess okay, no, I forgot this part. This is where they're passing like the mutation envelope, and I forget where that might be. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, what I was gonna get at is like we could just never even get into this function if it didn't have arguments. But yeah, maybe mutation envelope here. Yeah, no. So yeah, good call. Right. This is definitely matching on something else. Okay. I don't know. This feels pretty gross to me. But yeah, I get what you're saying, brainless, right? Like it's not JavaScript where you're just purely destructuring, like you're matching on an exact shape, and it's a very different thing, right? So I get that. That makes sense. It would achieve the same thing in TypeScript though. If you try and destructure at the function level and it's not there, it throws. Yeah, I think the and one would be, yeah, not something I want to try and read. Because, yeah, I like code to be scannable. I guess, hold on, what is this? I see what they're doing now with the read and write service. I'm not sure I like changing. Yeah, I'm not sure I like changing the controller. But it is cleaner than what I was doing there. Yeah, exactly, Brainless. Yeah, thank you for the help. Oh, and I forgot to refresh. Oh, man. I don't think I forgot to do all of this. Let me refresh the Twitter chat. I don't think anyone chatted over there, so we're good. But YouTube, I'm sorry, YouTube, I forgot to update the chat window over here. Yeah, shit. So if someone tried to say hi over on YouTube, I didn't see it today because I just spaced on that. So that's my bad. Oh, sorry, Shoal. Oh, and man, yeah, sorry, Shoal. That was a while ago, too. And I know what your name is. Actually, I really like it. Um, yeah, if you're still watching, Shoal, appreciate you. Sorry, I completely forgot about that. But yeah, we were talking about the C stuff like hours ago. So yeah, my bad, man. My bad. But yeah, the fact that you have to like hand roll all basic data structures is pretty annoying for sure. Yeah. So we can swear on this channel. It's fine. Their name, right? Because on. Okay, cool. You're still out there. Perfect. Right? Your name on YouTube, like, starts with an at symbol. So their name is at symbol SS hole. That's genius. That's genius. So yeah, sorry it took me so long to get the chat going. You found the exit? Nice, Brainless. Yeah, I was gonna say just like pick a left wall and follow it, right? Or, the right wall. Just as long as you're like sticking to exactly one wall and you just trace that, good to go. Somehow you were still lost? Yeah. Because some of those rooms start looking so similar in Pal World, for sure. I almost feel like that should be an item that you can get eventually. Or maybe like a specific pal. Like you use their ability, and their ability just always goes to like the door to get, or like the pathway to get you to the exit within each room. That would be pretty good. I think that'd be cool. Yeah, there you go, Kenny. Exactly. All right, so these are now the entirely new. Yeah, entirely new files for this stuff. A multi? Wait, what do you mean brainless? Oh, got it. Yeah, what is that actually? I'm gonna guess it's some kind of like concurrency primitive. It's coming from Ecto. Oh, it's a transaction. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. It's like a lower level thing that then you pass to a transaction, right? Okay. Yeah, I don't think I like the read and write service stuff. All right, so then yeah, these are just test fixtures, tests. Got it. Well, all right. Yeah, we're going to keep all this within this branch. We're not going to be merging for a while. I think we're going to want to go through and do a cleanup step. All right, so we'll kick that off again. It's gonna, it's got like 20-something tasks left still. Which is why I didn't want to like jump in and try and change too much ahead of time. Okay, so this deploy succeeded. Should be able to hop over to SDKs, see the pull request, right? Process API, approve workflows to run. We'll let that run real quick. And then, yes, we'll get our API updated and pushed, and then we can pull down and get the SDKs re-kicking. And we got some other things to look at. I'm really, really looking forward to more of the... and hold on. Nope, wrong thing. I'm looking forward to iterating more on this idea for this thing. So let me go use the restroom again. Breaking the seal left and right. That was the Indian food bag. It's empty. Oh, geez. All right, and I'm back. Okay, so then, yes, this passed. We merge pull request. All right, so that one kicked off. We got merged. All right, so here in SDKs, oh, that's how you switch effort. Just Apple Shift. No? Yeah, that's it. Okay. So it's shift up and down. Ah, okay. Cool. I didn't know that. All right. So then here, we want to do an OpenSpec explore. I keep forgetting the flow for taking in open API.json changes. Right. So yeah, explore that up. I think there's something we need to fix there. That one's good. Yeah, so we got this kicking. So that one's still going for a bit. We'll let that go. For this, we'll let that chill. We're not doing anything with that at the moment. All right, so we've got one event-driven flow, two manual workflows, and several release scripts, tracing each trigger and its inputs now, keeping the existing dirty work tree untouched. Yeah, all right. Cool, cool. So now let's go back to here. So let's start from the top. So yeah, FSL, good fit for this model. Oh shit, I linked the wrong one. Oops. Paired sessions locked in. Yep, run comparison. Mm, so I'm a little curious about this. I'm worried about people spinning up new agents while this agent's doing it, right? And what's up, Esh, Mr. Sir? Yeah, 10 stream streak. Nice. Okay, I see. So, okay, that could work. So, as usual, you're getting off work, spinning up my stream while pouring yourself a nice drink and rolling some flour. How am I today? Doing well, just chilling. Okay, so I kind of like that. So then theoretically here, right, we got the ISO bench D, one binary. The Q, the shield, attestation, compare SQLite Unix socket. Sure. In a cluster, it would be the ISO bench server, right, which is the Q, the scheduler, compare, baselines, API. I'm not sure about the baselines thing. But then, yes, shield, CPU set IRQ, right, attestation. The benchmark pods then request quiet. Okay. All right, so then threads this opens, right? Root, right? The shield needs root, but does the Q. An unprivileged ISObench D could still run Q and exit placement. Attestation degraded. But in a lockdown enterprise Kubernetes environment, a privileged daemon set is a hard sell. Is advisory only mode a supported tier or a trap we refuse to ship? That I don't know. Okay, so for number one, hold on, let's start from the top again. So then if ISO bench exec with a priority kicks in there. Yeah, and multi-step protocols might be a mistake. Okay. You got a mutated pal, which is very late game. Sad part is that the mount unlocks at level 76. Oh. What's the mutation? Like, yeah, I haven't tried the latest Pal World at all. Yeah. I haven't touched any of it. And what up, Ketapini? How you doing? Trying to install Arch Linux to an old laptop. It was a fun idea 5 hours ago. Now you're losing your mind. Yep. Comes back to the age-old joke. Linux is only free if your time is worthless. No, it's fine. And honestly, it's a good experience. So yeah, I'd say keep up with it for sure. You never heard it before? Oh, it's a fun one. Yeah, that's where my uh building your own SaaS replacement is only free if your time is worthless. And yeah, Ketu. Check with Brainless. Brainless runs Linux, I think, as his daily driver. Probably not Arch, but I forget. What was the one you had recently? Brainless? I forgot the name. It's not Mint. Manjaro. I knew it started with an M. Okay. So it is Arch based. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Arch, by the way. Yeah. We got people here that can help. If you're curious, feel free. You guys can chat about it here in chat. I'm not worried about that. Hell, people watching over on YouTube or Twitter might be interested in, some of the stuff that happens down here in chat. Oh, so you've been meaning to move to Arch proper, but you just haven't had a chance to back up your stuff. Got it. So manually, using Arch Troot, Brave Soul. Yeah, I feel like an installer is probably the right way to go, but if it's for the experience, then that sounds fine. Okay. So the elegance of the priority model. Okay, stop glazing me, Kimmy. All right, take it easy. Let's get some more music going. Yeah. Distro wars are stupid. Just use one. Arch versus Ubuntu, like, who cares? Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I think I like it there. Right? I like that part too. So concurrent benchmark jobs. Uh right. Ideally we would have root in locked down KAS. All right, so then two, the ask me for a number moment. I like that idea, sure. You use Linux Mint? Okay. Okay. So, yeah. Again, we're just kicking Kimmy off on this. It might take us a good 5 or 6 tries. Hopefully not that many, but as we try and build these things and figure out where it fails, like, yeah, we may have to rebuild ISObench multiple times just to, like, really get to something that we like about it, right? And then bring in the things we like into the next iteration that maybe, like, smooths over a bunch of the junk. All right, so then back over here to SDKs. That one's paused. This one. Yeah, let's start from the top. So yeah, I'm forgetting the flow because it's only partially documented. And the most important distinction is implicit, right? Maintainers should never manually replace contracts current OpenAPI JSON. Right? The actual flow is backend OpenAPI change, deploy and verify production contract. Backend sends that released event, which we've gotten to so far. The SDK workflow verifies checksum and opens contract PR, which I think we did. Right? So then release prep workflow kicks off. Then we review and merge that PR, create a tag, and then approve registry environment publish. You got it to work? Nice! Hell yeah! Like all of your drivers working, or are there a couple where you're like, I'll get that going later? That was the worst part about trying to build a Hackintosh back in the day. You'd get it to like a really good baseline, missing like one kext or two. And then you add a kext and boom, doesn't boot anymore. So then you gotta like restart. Modify, retry, like just super annoying. You're on the login screen on the TTY. Hell yeah. So I guess once you're in, you'll figure out if you got all your hardware supported. And what up, Pedro? What up, Johnhua? Mr. Sir. All right. You feel like you fought 10 bears. But they were pandas. They were chill. And hey, what's up, Caleb? Dude, we're still going through the planning phase with Kimmy on ISO bench. Finnish bears are chill. There you go. And yeah, Ingestel, how you doing? How's it going? It's all right. I think we've landed on, at least for the local tool, right? For the local tool, instead of like absolutely having like pure hardware isolation, instead what we might be able to do then is just like have a daemon that kind of like measures contention, right? Like, are you running in a noisy environment? So then, like in your agent's MD file, you could have a thing saying, before all CPU heavy things run ISO bench run with the command you want to run with a priority level. And then it will like kind of like orchestrate the running of these things. Or at least, like it won't kick off the benchmark until, things have quieted down, right? I don't know. It's still pretty fuzzy, but I think that works pretty well for like the local dev experience, right? What does it look like when you start doing like a Kubernetes thing? That one's a lot tougher. Yeah, local's really hard because of other processes. But if we have root access locally, we can see what stuff's running. We can like pull the usage of those things. And then we can just have like a score of how noisy the system was when the benchmarks ran, right? And then if it was too noisy, well, we just return an error saying benchmark's too noisy, run again. And then agents can just kick it off a second time, kind of thing. as a cloud service, I think we would be able to do full, like, CPU pinning type stuff. So then that has like extra value, right? Like you can get close enough with local with our contention measurement and all that stuff. If you want your benchmarks to run absolutely as fast as possible in guaranteed environments with things that you want to like measure and, show in places, well, here you go. Boom, we got the software as a service for it. I think that ends up hitting like two pretty nice like parallels. Yeah, exactly. And like the problem with the Kubernetes like part of it for like other consumers is that like our thing would need to run with root, and I don't think that's going to be an option. I just don't think that's going to work, right? Not at like a place where people know what they're doing. At which point, like, well, no, we got our cloud instance. And then maybe there's always the option of like an enterprise server that people spin up that the Kubernetes communicates with or whatever, right? So then we're just like root within the one server. And it's spinning up, cores and partitions and blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I'm still thinking it out that way. But I don't know. Like as you were coming in, I was basically saying like, yeah, we might have to clank on this multiple times till we arrive at like the shape of the thing we actually want. You know? So the first time we try it, we might discover what we hate, but then we can take that plan and create a new plan telling it what we hate and then start fresh. Because theoretically the code isn't the value yet, it's the plan that we give it. And then once we figure out the plan, then the code has way more value. I think it's something like that. Yeah. So I basically asked it, and we haven't like responded, but like the idea of an operator. As far as I remember, operators in a Kubernetes context are like a more opinionated set of config wrapping like nodes, etc. But the idea is that like with Kubernetes, you don't necessarily control the nodes. You're controlling like the things it spins up. I think with an operator, you might have more control over that though. I'm less certain of that, but I know like in general, operators are something you might spin up to do like robust Postgres setups, right? Where you got like read and write replicas or read replicas and like a write main. But like these are like dictated by the operator instead of like someone else figuring that out and writing the whole thing. Like I don't know, I think of an operator as basically like a collection of other Kubernetes config. And yeah, maybe that's something we end up kind of doing in wrapping. I don't know for sure. I'm not the biggest Kubernetes expert. I just used to love going to their meetups like before COVID because they always had the best food, like because Kubernetes was big money back then. And I could be butchering the idea of the operator. As far as I understand it, like yes, you would spin up an operator for like a more convention based setup, right? So instead of every Postgres cluster being its own unique snowflake, you just spin up an operator and define some of the configurable parameters of how many read replicas, blah, blah, blah. How much consensus do you need between nodes in like an Elasticsearch instance or like a cluster, right? Stuff like that. All right, let me get more music going. I'm trying to like find albums we haven't listened to much lately. And yeah, hold on. Let me read up on that, Caleb. You're curious about the operators thing? Is that what you were talking about, JLem? Yeah. Yeah, they were just a big conversation at like the Kubernetes meetups when I was going to them. And who knows, maybe there's like an entirely new abstraction at this point, right? Because Kubernetes moved really fast. Like my data is from like 2019. That's a long time ago at this point, as far as tech goes. But okay, so we'll get to that in a sec. We want to keep doing the SDKs thing here. Nope. In here. Okay, so let me double check. Let me catch up. You never fully grokked the Kubernetes terms beyond general descriptions, so in part, it's going to be Cube for noobs. Yeah. I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant. Yeah. Okay, so yes, I like this. We're going to do the propose. That's going to create a bunch of changes here in SDKs. All right, so then one thing I want to double check. Okay, so yeah, basically we've got this list of things that changed. We could stash stuff. I hate messing with stashes. And Caleb, I got a quick question for you. JLem is thinking about checking out one of the roles that Git Butler has posted. Is there any like advice on stuff he should make sure he brushes up on first? Not like trying to cheat or anything, but just more like, you know. Like what is the main backend language, I guess, right? Because it listed like 4. It listed Rust, Go, TypeScript. I think I saw another. TS React for the front end? Well, yeah, but the role was a backend infrastructure role. It's like I think the others were like senior, right? Oh, so you submitted anyway? All right. Yeah, no worries. I was just curious. Different thing there. Yeah. So this was the one I think he was looking at. Yeah, because JLM's still pretty early career, and you know, maybe it's not a good fit. But yeah, still just curious. I guess this isn't going to be a big thing, right? Like CI/CD. How much have you messed with that, JLM? Right? How much do you know about observability and metrics? Like, yeah, I think just making sure you're checking a bunch of the boxes here in key responsibilities is useful. But then what I was just going for was like, what language are you guys using as like the backend language for this role, right? Like backend, not like not like the backend of the desktop application. Yep. Okay. So then, JLM, do you have opinions about OpenTelemetry? Things like that. Have you set up OpenTelemetry before? Maybe go in and try and set up some OpenTelemetry stuff to... Still big on Rust in the backend? Okay. Strong Git knowledge? Okay. Yep. Yeah, I see that part for sure. Yep. Yeah, Ollie and Allie and yep. So, Brainless, if you're not aware, the number there is just the amount of letters between the start and the end of the word. And that comes from old school computing when long words were not possible, right? Like y'all remember like program files was basically like progra and then the tilde on like, Windows 95. like in DOS or whatever, as an example. So yeah, just in case other people weren't aware of that either. But yeah, still big on Rust. Got it. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I think it's a lot of stuff. It'll be tricky. But, doesn't hurt to try. Okay, so what we need to do here, we need to start codecs from scratch for the SDK and get those changes in. Hopefully it asks me which one. Yeah, document those workflows. All right, so then back to this step. Oh. Interesting, we're seeing like these 2 hour ago values here in Kepler. That's definitely not accurate. We did some of these before we... Like, some of these were yesterday, you know? Interesting. All right, so digging back into this part. Yeah, let's start from the top. Yeah, so validity gates, right? Yeah. There's a razor hidden in it. Oh no. Okay, so theoretically, the environment gave, 3.9 cores of CPU versus 3.2 cores of CPU. Or maybe hit major page faults because RAM budget ran out. And throttled during B. Sure. So invalid rerun conditions failed. I like that. For this one, though, right, the behavior, what the code did, PR legitimately allocates 2 times the RAM of main PR, makes more syscalls, PR is working, set blows past LLC, more misses. Valid, that's a finding. Okay. Yeah, okay. So yeah, not what was consumed. All right. Yeah, I like that. Okay. Yeah, I like that. So yeah, measurement sources are cheap and proven, right? So memory events, CPU stat, proc PID, sketch stat, right? Stat or whatever. Core migrations, major minor faults, APerf, all readable by the daemon per job. Okay. 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 So yeah, will models know what CPU heavy means, right? Reframe it, make it not matter. Okay. Okay. Don't ask the model to judge, you know, make the wrong choice cheap. So isobench exec should cost nothing for a trivial command. One Unix socket call placement, right? Agents MD can be conservative. Wrap any build, test, install, or command expected to exceed 10 seconds. When in doubt, wrap. Okay. Because false positives are free, false negatives are what impact things. Give the model a lookup table instead of a judgment call. Oh, okay. Is this string in the list rather than is this heavy? Sure. And the backstop that makes all of this robust, the enforcement sweep catches unwrapped heavies anyway. Yeah. Okay. Let me check one thing here. Need two-factor auth in a sec. Yeah, as I thought for that. Oh, yeah, that is a totally different thing. Okay. So, back to it. Yeah. So, one tool, a privilege ladder, and graceful means detect, don't impose. So, not a separate tool. It's the same isobench daemon binary with roles, shipped as a container image and Helm chart. Oh, God, Helm charts. Okay. So, separate release artifacts, sure. You don't need an operator for V1. Okay. Okay, so then the privilege ladder, right? Each run optional, attestation labels which ran. So 0 privilege. All right, and that's Kubernetes specific, sure. Sure. All right. So then capsys nice. I'm not even familiar with what that is. So then the privilege thing is the node agent daemon set, right? Full shield, IRQ steering, governor, SMT offlining, blah, blah, blah. Needs the cluster operator's blessing, not the tenant's. And I think in this context, the tenant would be someone spinning up something on the cluster, whereas the cluster operator would be the person basically maintaining the infrastructure behind it. Right? So the way I understand that currently is that the cluster operator would care about physical machines, cloud provisioned EC2 instances, things like that, right? But the tenant would care about Kubernetes nodes within that cluster, right? Okay. I'm pretty sure that's the case. I may have it backwards. And then finally, rung 3 would be an operator, right? So a V2 when Kubernetes native users ask for it, sure. Okay, I like that so far. Okay, so then partition confidence. How do we know partitions don't impact each other? Same answer as everything else. Calibration, not faith. Partition along hardware fault line, strongest first, right? Socket, NUMA boundary. NUMA? Maya. Right? Like, I don't think that's the NUMA I'm thinking of. Right? Wrong NUMA. I'm not quite sure what LLC stands for in this case. Non-uniform memory access, and then LLC is last level cache, typically L3. Got it. Okay. Okay. Oh, pricing tiers could then map the measured isolation. And thanks for Claude AI to make your first Arch Linux work. Nice. Yeah, what were the issues you ran into, Ketsu? I'm curious about that part. Like, what did Claude do to help? Okay. So the inventory of 6 buildable artifacts, 2 spec artifacts, 2 later. Right, so the core would be lib isobench, name pending. Right, that's the engine, the probe, the shield, the measure, attest, validity gates, compare, everything else. Everything else is a shell on top of that, sure. Isobench ends up being the binary we deploy. It is a CLI to run, compare, execute, status, etc. Isobench D is the daemon. Roles are in one binary, right? So local, queue, shield, compare, server, queue, scheduler, API, node agent, shield, measure, attest. Okay. So then, yes, isobench.toml is the manifest. That's the isolation tier, the domain size, coexistence, metrics, paired protocol, validity thresholds, etc. Right? So that's our specification. So those are the 2 they were just talking about. The attestation is a signed JSON envelope, conditions key, quiet score, census, validity, verdict, results, the artifact. So that's the thing that we measure over time, and theoretically we'd want to be able to upload to the service, right? Okay. So then beyond that, we start to see the container image, right? Isobench-D for Kubernetes, sure. The Helm chart, sure. A GitHub action, sure, yeah. So then building later, right, the operator and I forget what CRDs are in this case, but kubectl native, sure. And then a SaaS control plane of the API, the UI, the baseline store, the fleet, billing by concurrency, etc. Okay. So then I guess the next thing is we need to think about what language we build this in. I'm thinking Rust. I'm thinking Rust. Right, but hold on. Let's at least respond. Threads. I wish it numbered these. There you go. Sure. I mean, we're not going to be building by hand. We're just going to be reviewing the code that it makes. I wonder if there... Ooh. Is there a good set of, coding guidelines for good Rust code that we could implement into this process? Like something that we'd want to get into an agent's MD. How has Kimmy K3 been thus far? I mean, it's pretty good. Like, currently we've only used it for this planning phase. Yeah, that's a good point, Caleb. Yep. Yeah, I'll like before we create the proposal, yeah, we should be discussing that. If it ends up being C++, I'm out of my element, man. Like I am out of my element. I feel like almost everything we should need to do with Rust would be FFI compatible though. But maybe not. But if it becomes C++, I'm in trouble. I'm in major trouble, man. I'm in danger. And I know it's going to write some Rust code that is going to bum me out. I write very simple Rust code. Yeah, exactly. I'm almost positive we'd have C APIs for like most of this stuff. Yeah, and that's the good ones, troll. Right? Technically, I don't trust a C++ dev that doesn't do that when they look at their code. Ah, thanks, Four Wheel. Well, here's a question, Four Wheel. You're probably not using much AI, right? But if you were, do you think there's like a set of like good C++ guidelines that we could pass to the clanker just to make sure that it's like validating using its context against the stuff that it does? You know? Because yeah, like I was showing like this like foot gun. I remember someone showing me previously, and I thought it was C, but I'm pretty sure it's C++. Yeah, no worries. But I at least wanted to like run this by you because I'm pretty sure you might know the context in which this is a problem instead, right? But the idea being like maybe you have some function like lots, I don't know, run foo, right? And then you got some like, some var here, and then you're doing something else. And let me just do this so we get syntax highlighting. And then you have some other function like prep object. Oh, and that's all right, right? But then the idea being if this prep object were to throw or like break in a way, this like run foo would cause a memory leak in some way because it doesn't clean up this thing that like ran as an argument, right? Whereas instead, there's theoretically ways in C++ to do at least some kind of cleanup kind of thing, right? Right? Like, I know there's something like that. Someone told me about like a bug they fixed on it was either Skype or Microsoft Teams, like back in like 2018 or 19. And they wrote something that looked like this, but I feel like there was a little more to it. And they just did it on like a napkin. But it was like a bug they had to fix. And they couldn't fix it. They couldn't reproduce it. Skype, yeah, probably. They couldn't reproduce it like easily. They had to use like telemetry to find it. So then it's just all about like, because the way we got onto the conversation was like, yeah, like telemetry is more than just like OTel and like stuff like that. I don't think OTel was even like a big thing at the time, but it's like, no, like you need to know what the right things to log are ahead of time because that telemetry you get back in those logs, if you didn't have that logged, you wouldn't be able to figure it out, right? Skype had all sorts of weird bugs like that. Yeah. So it was something like that. But like I know, and technically we said C, but it was probably C++. But same idea, right? I know there are foot guns like that I am willing to bet AI would happily make. Whereas at least with Rust, I think borrow checking and some of that would solve it for us. But yeah, I don't know. It's just like such a vague memory I have at this moment. Yeah, and I know like C sharp still gives you massive access to like SIMD like instructions and all that stuff, right? But you'd have to like basically mark it as unsafe or whatever the C sharp equivalent is. I don't know. We could go revisit that. I think I'd still want to do Rust personally, just for the hype factor. But I'm also wondering, like, dude, the thing that we're building, Go, might actually be a good option. And hey, what's up, Ed? How you doing? C sharp mentioned. Damn right. Yeah, so that's Ed over on Twitter saying hi. And yeah, C sharp mentioned. You'd use Rust or Go before a C variant? Yeah, I think so too. C hashtag. Well, no, it's really just C plus 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 plus. I think that's literally why they did the sharp symbol. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I like the priority class defaults. When are we getting C star? I don't know. It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. It does, doesn't it? I know. Patent pending. Right? Totally. I wonder if that's what they were doing with Carbon or whatever at Google, and they were like, you know what? Let's not get sued. I wonder. Need to get back. Yeah, no worries, Four Wheel. Yeah, thank you for lurking. Appreciate you. But okay, so yes, inherit priority to children. Yep. Inherit. Yeah, C star, C, maybe not C exponent, C caret. Let me get more music going though. Okay, so this is the interesting part. So the validity gate, right? How many metrics make a verdict of this being a valid benchmark? Right? So wall clock, instructions, experienced frequency, plus a validity stamp feels like the V1 verdict. A perf counter zoo of LLC misses, IPC, and branch misses is attestation enrichment, but not gating. Do we want counters in the gates? Like, so it has those things settled. What I say All right, so we're going to let it do that while I go use the restroom. I think I need some more water as well. So I'll be right back. Give me a sec. Okay, so now, and yeah, Ed, what you up to over on Twitterland? All right, we're going to let this continue explaining and doing that, but we do need to kick off. Okay, so we figured out those. That part's fine. We needed SDKs here updated. Okay, so it says it did that part. I'm going to do a separate tab here. Get status. We want to diff that. All right, so we improve a bunch of the names. We improve some of the descriptions. What the hell does if always do? Why would we even do an if? Oh, got it. Yeah. Even if previous steps failed, we still want that kicking off. Got it. Yeah, I haven't written any of that in my own actions before. Okay. All right, so this is fix. Oh, and you learned C# when you started programming, but you've actually never used TypeScript. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Does that mean you're doing... Like, what language are you using mainly now, War? And, like, what kind of stuff are you building? So I was going to say, like, you'd probably only use TypeScript if you're doing, like, web dev stuff, right? Build systems in TypeScript? Yeah, I mean, it's done. I wouldn't say it's the common case. Like, the orchestrator is just Node. But typically, when you're doing build systems in TypeScript like that, you're doing it for, like, a TypeScript repository, right? Because I feel like there's other ways that you would orchestrate that in a lot of other cases, right? Okay, I was just curious, War. You know, like, for a big monorepo, it's probably going to be Bazel or something, right? Well, I guess, I don't know, for a big monorepo, you might be using, oh god, I'm forgetting it now. There's another monorepo tool that I'm forgetting. So you knew of one that you think did it mostly, so it got its minified bundles and whatever McBob it was ready for the game. And Juke. I'm not familiar with Juke. You're a bit burned out. I get it, War. Honestly, the way I think to avoid burnout is to build something that you want to exist, right? And I bet there's something, but you're not writing those ideas down when you get them. And that's the number one thing you got to do, right? You have ideas all the time. They could be stupid. It doesn't matter. Put them in a list. And then when you're ready to build something, find something from that list that you think is achievable and fun and build it. But you can't throw your ideas away in brainstorming. It's just, that's bad business. So yeah, if you end up trying to build something that you want to use, not just building for the sake of building, then dude, that is the motivation in and of itself. You know? And you won't know what that is when you're trying to find that thing, right? You'll only find it randomly when the thought just pops into your head, right? Serendipity, or when your muse strikes you, or whatever, you know? But yeah, you had a stupid idea. You want to make a primitive shell with snake on an STM32. Sure. Sounds to me like a Nokia. Nokia is the primitive shell, right? The old Nokias. They had snake on them. You know, back in the day when not everyone had cell phones, yeah, that's basically all you did with your Nokia. You played a bunch of Snake. Duh. Yeah, exactly, Kenny. That's just science. Oh. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, learning material for Python. Sounds fun. I still jump into like the mentality of find something to build with Python because exercises only go so far. But yeah, that's awesome, right? I think AI is really good at kind of generating some of that stuff, right? So yeah, yeah, use the tools available. All right, so yeah, the main idea, I wanted to make sure that I didn't commit a bunch of these things that were unrelated. So we're good there, so we can close that tab. And then let's go back to this step. And oh boy, yeah. So now, even more of this MCP server prep. We're at 55 of 88 tasks. Damn, this is just a lot of slices. All right, let's look at what all they did. Right. So yeah, they implemented the event stuff. Oh, and yeah, currently decode last doesn't do anything. Yeah. Oh, it does. Never mind. Right, because this is the second thing that does a cursor, so that's why it gets operation passed into it. I think that makes sense. So yeah, events, operations for the MCP. Okay, so this is updating the keyword event controller. Sure. And what's up, Max? How was the trip? It was good. Yeah, the flight to and from SF in the same day. I'm going to try and avoid doing that in the future because that was kind of stressful. But the presentation I gave at the Get Kraken event in SF was good, I think. You know, I tried to make it not a bunch of slides and BS. I just wanted to like show the stuff. And yeah, I got a lot of good like engagement and head nods and some of that stuff. And then yeah, couple days at Chain React was just nice and fun. The worst part about the whole trip was actually driving back on Saturday because traffic was insane. Just randomly coming to a full stop on the freeway in the middle of nowhere. But yeah, a lot of people were getting in wrecks and stuff. And it was just super annoying. I usually try and like not drive on the freeways until way later. Like, I don't like driving until after like 9 at night on like, you know, between here and Portland, especially. Sacramento to San Francisco feels like the shortest flight ever. How long is it, War? I'm curious about that. And yeah, the prices we pay to travel. Yeah. Yeah, it was just stressful, right? Just like having traffic stop all of a sudden on the freeway. Like, dude, probably need to get my brakes looked at just to be sure. But yeah, so continuing on. Yeah, I think extracting a lot of this stuff to the event service makes sense. Not the biggest fan of these service contracts because we got the repositories there anyway. $50? Okay. Yeah, it's like 2 from Portland to SF. I feel like 50 minutes. Like, how far is it? Okay. Yeah, 87 miles. Got it. Okay. Yeah, so 50 minutes makes sense. It's really close, but it's funny that it exists. Yeah. Yeah, I know you can do like a flight to Tahoe from SF as well, but that's like 3 or 4 hours via car. So it's probably like a good. Yeah, PDX to SF was a good nap. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it was good. It was good. Like I normally try and like watch a movie or a show, but I don't know. Yeah, on the way down there, I was just nap time on the plane. On the way back, I wasn't nap time for some reason though, and I watched the first episode of Our Flag Means Death. Dude, I like it. I think it's really good. Like I gotta watch more, but yeah, first episode was fun. What's it about? So it's kind of like in the same vein as like What We Do in the Shadows, as far as like that kind of like humor. And I don't know if you've seen What We Do in the Shadows, but like similar like humor, but it's about pirates. The main character is Reese Darby, and he's a little rich kid basically, right? Kind of a dandy who decides he wants to be a pirate captain. So he hires a bunch of pirates, and instead of like, oh, you guys only get like a percentage of the spoils, no, 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 salary, right? And he's just very much like not a pirate, right? He doesn't like violence, like blah blah blah. That's just from the first episode, so I don't know. I haven't seen any more, but it's fun. I liked it. I want to see them do the werewolf show, right? Instead of What We Do in the Shadows, What We Do in the Moonlight. Because Reese Darby was really good as like the werewolf pack leader. Hey guys, are we werewolves or swearwolves? I'm like, watch your language. I don't know, just like fearsome Reese Darby. He's got a brand for sure. And if you haven't seen What We Do in the Shadows, I mean, that's required watching. There's the original movie, and then there's like 5 seasons of a show with different actors, and they're about to make another movie, which I'm really looking forward to. And it's the first thing I ever remember seeing, like the movie. First thing I remember seeing Taika Waititi in, for sure. You remember the movie? All right, cool, cool. Just making sure. Right? Like, leave me to do my dark bidding on the internet. What are you bidding on? A table. Like it's like, okay, all right. Just like, good British style humor, basically. There's the part where they're talking about chores, and Jermaine's Vlad or whatever. He's like, the other day I was dragging a body through the hallway, and when I looked, no more dust. So I basically swept. Okay. So I get it now. I get these like services a lot more. We still end up doing, right? Like we still end up using our repositories. Services are more to just cut down on the repetition. I think I might have been okay with a little bit of repetition. But yeah, at least we're not like throwing away all of this stuff. Now, as far as like the get public and all that goes, I'm less sure about that part. What do I think about Python? I don't know. Do you have a more specific question? All right, so then these are just test fixtures. Yeah, there's something more elegant about a Python compared to a, compared to like a Cobra or something like truly poisonous, right? Like the Python has to like, really like work within its means. I'm kidding. I don't know. Are there poisonous pythons? Or are they constrictors like the boa? Like all of them? I don't actually know. Yeah, all pythons are the constrict kind? Okay, that's what I thought too. I was double checking. Snakes are dumb, they eat themselves? Yeah, I think like it's usually based on very specific conditions. That's true, yeah. But then hold on. So yeah, did you offer a better question? Oh, there you go, Max. Okay, yeah. You have family that lives in Sacramento, and you went there last year just for fun and to experience the Silicon Valley dream. Uh, like you're saying you visited Sacramento and then maybe went and checked out like Silicon Valley? Or is Sacramento considered like close enough to Silicon Valley that it's basically the same thing, right? Wonderful animals. From the looks of it, some are not. Touche. Maybe even. Okay, so you drove to San Fran. Got it. That's what I figured. Yep. But yeah, just a couple hours, no big deal. Hell yeah. All right, so yeah, back to this review. I'm going to say the fixtures looked good. The tests Verifying that search is bounded properly. Sure. Oh, and yeah, this is a test. All right, perfect. You miss In-N-Out Burger. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, they're good burgers. I've still never eaten at a Five Guys Burgers. Like, I've been inside of one, but I wasn't hungry at the time. And I was just hanging out with other people that were hungry. Oh, nice, Ketsu. That's awesome. I did get to witness, like, how many fries Five Guys gives, though. And I thought that was funny. All right, so yeah, this is feet. So yeah, add events to MCP server operations. Works for me. Fresh context again. Ooh. Ooh. Gnarly. Pacific Northwest road trip, LA to Canada. Well, if you come through Washington, right? If you hit up Seattle, let me know. Installed Mate as light as possible, right? 378 megs of RAM being used. Hell yeah. Let's snooze this ad coming up. But yeah, last time you had Five Guys, you got food poisoning. It was in Marbella, Spain. The flight home was not fun. That sounds miserable. Did you just camp out on the toilet? Occupied. Yeah, dude, that sounds brutal, man. Yeah, what's up, Rusky? Oh, yeah, XFCE would be even less, but you like mate? Sure, that makes sense. Okay, so um a trading systems engineer. I'm guessing that's like Wall Street kind of stuff. Okay. You're aiming for that big money, huh? Well, yeah, good luck. Do you know what language you're going to be using primarily? Like if it's for Jane Street, it's probably going to be OCaml. Mostly automating with Python. You're assuming monitoring servers and troubleshooting. Oh, interesting. So it's going to be more of like an IT kind of role, right? Like ops. Okay. Yeah, I would have expected like you would be more on like the like closer to like the trading algorithm stuff. But yeah, okay, that makes more sense. And when you say automating with Python, are you saying more for like the decision engine kind of stuff? Like probably so like heavy NumPy magic and all that? So yeah, I'd say make sure your NumPy is top notch, right? Like at least understanding the surface area of the API. As far as like monitoring, I don't know. Not sure. Yeah, Python to read logs and make decisions. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah. I don't know. I would still think like the decision making part probably does deal with a fair bit of mathy kind of things. But I don't know for sure. Yeah, I don't know. I have no contact or I don't know anyone who's ever had that role specifically. I do know one person who currently works in a role at like a big, trading bank kind of thing. But he's very, very, very careful about what he talks about because he likes his job. No, just the AI isn't fast enough, right? Like not the AI that you're thinking of, right? LLMs would be way too damn slow. Or at least as far as I understand it. And yeah, Dylan Mulroy, like he used to do stuff at Jane Street using OCaml. Well, I think he was doing a lot of TypeScript too, I think, but he's a big fan of OCaml. And they used it a lot. I don't remember if he was like on a team heavily using OCaml or not. But okay, so we got this thing kicking off. Yep, gonna be more work to add there. Yeah, I don't know about that, Jesta. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. I just feel like LLMs are too slow. And there's like smaller, faster models that you could use instead. It's like the idea of like, semantic analysis. Yeah, exactly, right? Like low latency stuff. But as an example, there's like semantic analysis, right? Or hold on, not semantic. Sentiment analysis. That's the word I was looking for. Like if you were doing sentiment analysis, yeah, you can do that with an LLM, and at least with all the APIs and stuff, it's usually good enough. But if you need it as fast as humanly possible, there's like very specific models on Hugging Face that you would use instead. And they're not large language models. They're another specific kind of model. So yeah, Rusky, maybe at least like being familiar with some of the models that might be appropriate to stuff like that and why they're not necessarily the right decision, but why they're close, and if things change, what would need to change about them to be useful. I don't know. That might be interesting. Yeah, like you could build your own stuff with PyTorch, Max Delta, but there's models on Hugging Face for sentiment analysis specifically. I forget the name of it though. XLM? Let's just hit enter and see what they give us. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Bert. Bert. Yeah, Bert was the type of model, I guess, that I was thinking of. So yeah, you wouldn't use this model because no thank you. But yeah, Bert is probably what we're thinking of. And then sort by trending, sure, why not? But these would operate at like an order of magnitude faster. Oh, okay. Yeah, exactly. Right? In the job, you'll be working with data and you'll be writing programs. Oh, thanks. All right? Like, yeah. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. It will involve some typing. Like, yeah. Yeah. Fun stuff. But yeah, so basically, like, look at the size of these models compared to what an LLM would do, right? 110, 340 at like the maximum, right? These are very small models when it comes to that kind of stuff, right? So this is just fine-tuned on tasks that use the whole sentence to make decisions, such as sequence classification, blah, 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 blah. If you want text generation, that's other stuff, right? But yeah, that's the interesting bit that you can maybe get out of something like this for sentiment, what the score is, blah, 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 right? And these operate just massively faster at much smaller scale. This is something you could easily like host yourself. There you go, brainless. Yep. No, this is not an LLM. No. Right? It is a language model, but large language model actually implies like the amount of parameters. No, that's fine. It's just like, using the right terms for these things. And realistically, like, I think the T in BERT stands for transformer. I'd have to find that. But yeah, it's just like, it's a different kind of model. Like, large language models are capable of all sorts of shit, right? Like generating text. You're not going to be generating text with this. But I could even imagine if you were doing some trading stuff, like looking at sentiment analysis of people talking about a product or a company on social media, boom, that could have some impact on what the model does, right? But that whole algorithm, that stuff they guard very, very, very much so. Like, what they do with that sentiment analysis and how they pass it through some math to do some other BS, right? That's a separate thing. But you would need to use something much faster and smaller, like, BERT. So here you go, right? The masked language model, taking a sentence, the model randomly masks 15% of the words in the input and then runs the entire masked sentence through the model and has to predict the masked words. This is different from a traditional RNN that usually sees the words one after another, or from something autoregressive like GPT, which internally masks the future tokens. So instead, like, it is AI-ish, right? Machine learning, I think, is the better term. But it operates in a totally different way from the way GPT works. And when we're talking about LLMs, we're basically talking about GPT. If you were going to build here at RN, you would, for a render north trading platform, you'd start with Python for backtesting and model research, Rust for the live execution, TypeScript next for the interface, Postgres with timescale for market and trade data, Redis or Nets for fast internal messaging, XGBoost or LightGBM as the first machine learning model, Onyx runtime for production inference. Yeah, I'm not sure if a lot of this like BERT stuff is actually Onyx compatible. Like as far as I know, I'm not sure how you would actually run this yourself locally. I'm sure there's some way. And I bet I could ask AI. Yeah, it would be more than one system for sure. Are you saying you wouldn't run it locally? Is that like your point? Okay. Why would you not run this locally? Like these are small. These are massively like doable. And I guess when I say locally, I mean like, in infrastructure you own, etc. Because you don't want to go across the internet for anything like this. It's just too much latency. Let me get more music up now. Oh, LightGBM? I guess I'm unfamiliar with LightGBM. Good call. So LightGBM was the thing doing the sentiment analysis or something like that, right? Yeah, I had not heard of LightGBM. Okay. Oh, okay. Got it. Well, yeah, I was not aware. Okay. But for light GBM, you'd basically have to do your own initial, like, training? Yeah, faster training speeds. Got it. Okay. And then what is XG boost in that context? And I forgot to press play on that album. There we go. I mean, I'll look it up. Yeah, so extreme gradient boosting. They're just like gradient boosting alternatives, right? Okay, so you'd pick one based on like the size of your data sets or something. Okay. Oh, got it. So light GBM could actually like overfit easier, which could be a bad thing. So yeah, the decision between these things would really be based on like your data set. So yeah, large data set, light GBM, small data set, XG boost. Okay. So yeah, like the hardest part would then be like the data gathering. Almost morning in Finland? Yeah, get some sleep. We'll see you again soon. I'll be back here tomorrow. But yeah, thanks, Max. The only thing that I take issue with is the Next.js part. No. You can't make me. And I don't even think it's a good fit, technically. Right? Like, I don't think any of this stuff needs server-side rendering. And I consider Next.js pretty slow when it comes to back-endy stuff. And for front end, like, yeah, you don't need server-side rendering. Right? You do the initial render, and then it's just, you know, the fire hose of data. But, okay. Unlike a traditional BERT-based trading system, which relies on a large language model to interpret text. Oh, wait, so hold on. Is BERT technically a large language model? Was I wrong about that? Sorry, Jesta. If I was, my bad. Oh. Okay, my bad, Jesta. Sorry. Yeah, I was under the impression it was not a large language model. Like, I assume it's like a transformer, because I think that's what the T stands for. Is basically anything transformer-based an LLM at that point? And now I got to double check what BERT stands for. Yeah. Okay. All right, so then, yeah, rereading what you're doing, right? Make trading related inferences. Your platform is designed around a specialized modular AI architecture. Rather than asking a language model to predict the market directly, the system uses high performance machine learning models such as XGBoost or LightGBM to analyze structured financial data, including price action, volume volatility, technical indicators, and historical market behavior. Yeah, but I guess, like, where would you get like broad public sentiment type data into a system like that? Oh, so you're just not a fan of BERT. Okay. So you're saying like light GBM and XGBoost would be good for sentiment analysis? Hell yeah, Justin. That was good. Okay. Yeah, okay. So you'd have to do some kind of conversion layer between the text, right? Okay. No, but that's what I'm getting at, Max. Like, you would want to do a combination of these things, right? Like, BERT would be good for doing broad sentiment analysis of social media, right? And does social media input drive market changes, right? Would you be able to get that quick enough to make decisions quick enough? Maybe not. But that's my thought, at least. Like, in my opinion, like sentiment analysis, that's like the number one thing I'm thinking of, right? So you wouldn't bring sentiment analysis of social media into any trading or anything? I do feel like there could be some kind of value to that. Right? Like, I don't know. It seems like that's got to be something that at least some company is doing, you know? And it wouldn't be for like micro trading, right? It wouldn't be for like the high frequency, I guess. Maybe back in 2019. I guess this is the difference between like high frequency and low frequency. So you might want to use sentiment for low frequency, but not high frequency. Or maybe it just like, I guess the idea would be though, like you would need to do the sentiment analysis part first and then correlate that with market data, like number wise, right? So it would be maybe like you use BERT for social media stuff, and then you like vectorize the data and send that to something like, light GBM. And then have that be correlated with, timestamps of the numerical data that you get. from like just pure market data, right? I don't know. I'm just speculating. I'm just throwing ideas out there. I have no idea. But I'm just thinking more from like a standpoint of not high frequency, but more like, what should our ETF be doing? Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Yep. Yeah, you would do the sentiment analysis part with BERT, and then that sentiment analysis gets converted into purely just like a number signal that you pass in and try and correlate with historical data and real-time data at like the GBM level, right? Or light GBM. To me, that sounds like the right way to go, but you wouldn't be doing it for like high frequency, like sub millisecond decision making. It would be for making like a measured approach of like what to add to your ETF. Right? When to like sell and remove things from like what you're tracking within like your own custom like ETF product. I don't know for sure. I'm speculating real hard here. I know some of these words. So a reason that I even know even a little bit about BERT is because I would probably be using it for sentiment analysis of like social media for my product Messijo, the thing that we're building, right? Because I think I could do that at a much cheaper level than running things through an expensive large language model, right? Yeah, the final prediction. Absolutely, Max. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking like pure sentiment analysis. Where and when you want to use sentiment analysis, whatever. But like, I think for sentiment analysis specifically, BERT is the best use case. But maybe fast text? I hadn't heard of that yet. Like, let me try and figure this part out. Right? If we go BERT and we look at Google's, no. So don't approach it from like where are we shoehorning BERT. Think about like if you needed to do fast and efficient sentiment analysis, what would be the algorithm or the model type you would use for that? I guess that's where I'm coming from. Is BERT the right thing for that use case? And my next question is, how much would it cost to be running BERT? Like, is there a pricing thing that we can find anywhere? Text Ernie. Ooh, there you go, Fox. So the Hugging Face Inference API. Where would we see like the pricing for that? And you're saying mini LM? Okay, so mini LM you could run on CPU. Got it. Right, so theoretically, I could self-host this. No problem, right? Right, like I could throw this on like a $5 VPS or something, right? Okay, so mini LM. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, that makes a lot more sense now. I think I get it. One 174 commits in a single day is like 99% AI assisted. I mean, it depends on how much you're breaking up your commits. Some people commit on like every line change kind of BS. I think it's a terrible way to go, but you know, some people are crazy. Yeah, so Brainless might be seeing 174 a day pre AI. Gonna get some sleep? Yeah, no worries, War. Yeah, for sure, man. Get push force is not a sin. It kind of is. It depends on a lot of factors. If it's something other people might be consuming, yeah, it is. There you go, Fox. Yep, yep. Oh, did it autocorrect Jedi? Oh, got it. That makes more sense. Okay, so I got a quick question. How do I compare model prices on Hugging Face? Oh, so it would just be for like dedicated instances rather than on the fly. Okay. Yeah, so if I was gonna then do this, like, comparing like a Hugging Face instance versus just like running it somewhere. Okay. And hey, what's up, Brady? How you doing? So, I mean, Sir Elfman, I think AI is pretty much a given at this point. Like, it's easier to assume AI usage than require disclosure. Like, at this point, personally, oh, yeah, no, that's a bummer. Yeah, okay, no, I get that. If they reached out and asked you to do something and they, yeah, shat out a bunch of slop, well, okay, that's not cool, right? But you're saying a Lua implementation written in Go, what's it like? What's the compatibility that they're aiming for, I guess, right? Are they 5.1, 5.2, 5.3 compatible? Like those things would be more interesting to me than the raw source code. Supposedly 5.1, got it. Yeah, so then at that point, I would only really care about like the benchmarks. Like, do they have benchmarks comparing performance? Do they have, you know, is there like an official Lua like test suite, right? Like test 262 for JavaScript kind of thing? Just to make sure that you're hitting like broad compatibility. Those would be the things I would care about more than the actual source code, especially if it's very obviously AI written. The official Lua source is only like 18K. Well, yeah, I mean, you just got to remember, as far as lines of code go, Go is really, really, really heavy that way, right? Just all like the error checking really inflates like the lines of code number. Right? Compared to something like Rust with like the question mark operator, where you can just like bubble up. So yeah, I think like the 100,000 lines is really just an artifact of the language choice. C code requires tons of ifs. Maybe. Yeah, that's probably a good point. But also, well, I guess what is legit written in? That would be the thing where I would be more curious. Because yeah, the raw like initial implementation of Lua, it doesn't have a just-in-time compiler. That's an example. Oh, Lua-JIT's also C. All right, I didn't know that. Okay. Huh. Well, then that does kind of give you a hint that yeah, Lua-JIT being 50K and this thing being 100K, Like, you know, the cost of just-in-time compilation could be a big part of it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. Five copies of code support 5 different processors. I mean, not the entire code base, though, right? But yes, I see your point. Yeah, I don't know. It does sound very like slop forked. At the end of the day, I'd still really only care about the numbers. Like, how does it score doing, you know, likewise compilation, right? Compile the same code with it and the new thing, with like LuaJIT and the new thing. What is the difference, right? Like, those kind of like numbers and comparisons would matter to me more. Is the Go compiled or as Lua bytecode? So, I mean, think about like the way the TypeScript compiler is now written in Go. It would be the same idea, right? It's like a Lua implementation, probably with a just-in-time compiler, that is doing like Lua compilation using Go as like the host language, right? But I guess I've always been curious about how LuaJIT actually does the just-in-time compilation stuff. Because as far as I remember, like Lua itself is just, it's like a top-down, like a top-to-bottom evaluation, like PHP, right? Rather than something persistent that runs. But it seems like LuaJIT would have to be like a persistent process, right? So then, yeah, like the Go JIT, you know, if it even has JIT, I don't know, would be more of like a process that runs rather than just like a single top to bottom pass. And I wonder if there's a bunch of like hacks to do there. Okay, yeah. So you're saying LuaJIT is not compiled, right? It's all just bytecode? Got it. I was misunderstanding what you meant by the bytecode part. PHP used to use LuaJIT under the hood? I was not aware of that. What part of PHP was using that? Like PHP FPM? Like I could see Nginx doing it. You know, because Nginx, like, you remember OpenResty? That's like the only Lua web framework I'm aware of. Oh, okay, so LuaJIT and OpenResty were like a thing added on to Nginx. Yeah, I don't remember that. Interesting. When was that added? Okay, it started at Zend. So implemented in PHP 8. Oh, got it. So yeah, this is past my time of when I was doing heavy PHP stuff. That makes more sense. Yeah. PHP 8's good. I mean, yeah, someone mentioned that they were asked to review a 100,000 line implementation of Lua written in Go. And then that's the thread that we're on right now. You know, we're like getting towards the end of stream here. I'm getting hungry, so my mind likes to wander. But yeah, we've done a bunch of good work today. Clanker clanked. Dude, we knocked out like 4 or 5 of these slices of the MCP implementation. I'm not 100% sold on it, but some of the stuff is growing it on me as I see it, like, working its way forward. I think some of this, like, registry stuff is getting pretty gross. Yeah, some of the registry stuff is, like, I don't know. It's kind of weird. But yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's part of the fun of streaming, right? Not constraining ourselves. So yeah, I mean, kind of like wrapping up this thread, if I did want to do sentiment analysis, I'd want to do it on a separate VPS or something, right? Like as a microservice. And theoretically, if I was just within the same data center, we'd be good. Yeah, I mean, my goal with it would be, like, how cheap of a CPU service do you think I would need? You're saying you're still not convinced I can't build one. Hey, what's up, Zed? How you doing? So yeah, just for everyone, how goes the world of AI? Pretty good. What we're considering right now is like how I might want to run sentiment analysis, and using something like Claude is massively overkill and just a bad engineering, right? I was aware of a thing called BERT, but it seems like mini LM might be the way to go. And now we're just thinking about like what the hosting for that process would be, right? Because we could do it on CPU servers, how much CPU overhead do I need available? And the thought was I would self-host it within like the same data center, because going across the internet for this just, why would we have to do that? So yeah, at this point, I'm basically just trying to do like a cost benefit of like build versus buy. So, theoretically, it might not matter the latency going over the internet because we don't need it full real time. So then it just comes down to like, number one, I don't think there's any place doing mini LM inference like per request, right? Per token. So instead, we'd just be renting hardware. Either we rent that hardware ourselves on some VM or a VPS, or we spin up a Hugging Face, something or other, right? And hold on. They said as low as 3 cents times 24, they said per hour, right? Times 30. That's $21 a month, right? So like, dude, paying for per hour cost of a Hugging Face VM is probably not worth it if it's like 3 cents an hour is still pretty spendy. When instead, I bet we could go cheaper, but how much RAM, how much CPU compute would we need? And makes sense, you can run it yourself. Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm aware, mini LM models are like fully like open and you can just download them, right? Like they're on Hugging Face. Like we could just download it and be good. As far as I know. I could be wrong. Gemini API is free 99. At like how much? A lot have fair TOS. Yeah. And yeah, thank you for the raid. I mean, real quick, if you got a second, what were you up to today? And if not, I can just ask your chat. Learning use Mesh to Motion, Mixamo, and maybe Cascadeur. And that's some Blender stuff. Nice. Yeah, I'm jealous of the Blender stuff. I want to get into some game stuff here eventually for sure. Let me get more music going. Yeah, it's just 2 songs, but we'll play them. Why not? Yeah. I'm almost positive mini LM. Like, I don't think we'd be at a 100% thing because we would only be passing the sentiment analysis to keywords that, like, to events that we match on, right? So, like, if we go to Messijo.com, right, and we go log into the dashboard, well, we hit our maximum events, but let's just say with Elixir, right? So 6 hours ago, 7 hours ago, 10 hours ago, right? Like, these aren't happening that frequently. Now, we're going to be doing it a lot for, like, as we get more customers, sure, but, like, we still got to match on these things first, and then we can, you know, do other stuff, right? So yeah, matching on, like, lenses, those are a separate thing. But yeah, you're talking Gemini Light. Yeah, I get that. I don't like the idea of, like, building a business off of some of that, though, right? Like, because then it's just a rug pull, and then I got to pay for Gemini Light. Like, how long would it always be free? Whereas instead, this would always be a fixed, predictable cost. And I think that's way more justifiable. Well, and I think we got some bugs. But yeah, maximum amount of keyword events, sure. But yeah, I guess, like, the main thing I would want to do is sentiment analysis for this, right? So then you could get, you know, filters, and you could track, like, a trending sentiment around things, a bunch of that stuff. So yeah, I don't know. Just thinking out loud about it. How about this? I guess that's another big thing. Yeah, so we had some issues with our yeah, from the 8th to the 18th, our turbo stream was down. So that was an issue because we weren't processing events real time, right? But this is, like, our predictable, like, CPU amount just for, like, you know, just checking all of the events that come from Blue Sky, right? And this is just, like, we see those spikes because of just the amount of messages happening throughout the day. So yeah, I definitely want to do the mini LM stuff on a separate node, just to make sure that like the CPU isn't like peaking at 100, right? Speaking of Gemini, it has a pretty good rundown on Messijo. Like did you just like search for it or whatever and you got like the preview on search, or was this like just in like a chat window separately? And honestly, like, dude, Google does a really good job of like searching for these things. So I doubt it's in like the training data. But, you know, if you look, it's doing like the searching stuff. So yeah, Gemini's really good at that. Oh, hold on. Here's the thing. In the training data web app, hold on. Have I been trained? Oh, that's probably it. Oh no! Yeah, whatever. Okay, here we go. I know, probably. Sure. So this is just some site. I don't know. There was another one called like am I forget the name already. Hold on. Have I been trained? And this is a thing that's down, but I'm pretty sure I posted about it at one point. How far back is it going to be though? Ugh. Uh, nope. Damn, is it really that much farther back? Yikes, dude. Oh, here we go. InTheWeights.com. Oh, there it is. So it's a different one. In the Weights. Right? So then you could just enter your name, but we found it, so I didn't need to do it. So yeah, CM Griffing, or technically, hold on, Chris Griffing is in the Weights. Was CM Griffing, though? Now I can't remember. Oh, okay, okay. So, yeah, then it classifies it. Okay. So, yep, top 15%. I'll take it. Llama doesn't give a shit about me. Okay, I get it. But hey, I'm in Soul. I'm in 5.5. I'm in 5.4 mini. So then, yeah, if you guys want to do your own, check it out. So yeah, I don't know who this person is. Only Gemini knows about this person. This crashes your browser when you try to search? Oh. That's not good. Firefox crashes. Oh, I'm doing it in Chrome and I've done it in Brave. Gotcha. Okay, so CM Griffing is more famous than Chris Griffing, even though they're the same person. I think it makes sense. Let me get more music going. Oh. Okay, so yeah, they got the data. Here's what GPT-5.5 says. Software engineer and developer, known online, blah, 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 associated with web development and programming content. 5.6 Soul says, with work focused on JavaScript, Angular, and developer content. Okay. Five for many is pretty laissez-faire about description. Now, I don't mind, like, modern Angular is way better than Angular JS, for sure. Now, we haven't done Angular here for a while, but I did do a lot of Angular, you know, I want to say like 2018 to 2021, 2022. You know, it's fine. Angular JS fucking sucks, though, right? It got all right at 1.3. 1.5 was okay. Like, anyone remember, like, Angular JS 1.1? Like, if you misspelled one of your, like, dependency things, like in the string array of dependencies for the dependency injection stuff, it would just blow up. Right? Like, dude, what the fuck, man? What? And it wouldn't tell you anything about it. It's just like, figure it out. Like, dude, it was so brutal. Yeah, dude, it was bad. So yeah, when I first hit that bug, I started using Ember. And honestly, like, Ember was the good, like, meetups anyway. Like, 100+ people going to the Ember meetup at the time. It was awesome. And then, you know, React came out and the tide shifted. But Angular 2, right? Angular 2 was fine. It avoided the digest cycle. It was the first thing to really, like, opt into TypeScript heavily, you know? Like, it had the easiest adoption of TypeScript, you know, if you wanted to, like, really fiddle with TypeScript on the front end. And yeah, like, the majority of my career was building Angular at companies and stuff. I dabbled with everything, though, right? Meteor, Ember, React, obviously, you know. Vue. Like, yeah, I did all of it. I won the Solid JS hackathon like 2 years ago. Damn right. I think part of that is I got a platform and it was vote-based. So it was kind of cheating. This part's crazy to me. Kimmy K2 says I am I have contributions to the Electron and React ecosystems. Well, I've made some React stuff. I don't remember what I did to contribute to Electron, though. Next.js fucking sucks. But yeah, I love decorators, right? And dependency injection is fucking awesome. Dude, depending at like the level at which you inject a service, it determines the way it gets instantiated. That's fucking brilliant, dude. You want a singleton? Yeah, inject it way up at the top. You want it for every fucking, you want an instance per component? We got you, man. Like, there's so much cool stuff you can do with that. You can write a single scroll spy component, right? Or like service, inject that into every component that's going to have like nested scrollability, and boom, right? Like, you get that instantly. It's really fucking powerful. No, Next.js fucking sucks. No. Next.js, Nest. Oh, sorry, Nest. Okay, Nest is great. Yeah, Nest is an awesome API framework. It's not a React framework, though. So if you're mixing up Nest and Next, those are two very separate things. Nest is a really solid API framework. Next.js is garbage. It is basically never the right decision. Okay, that was just a typo. Next.js is basically never the right decision for what you're building. Right? You building a marketing site or a documentation site, you should be statically compiling that shit. You're building something where you can't see anything unless you log in. Yeah, that should be client-side rendering with per-route bundling. Boom. Done. Problem solved. Next.js is the worst of both worlds. The only time Next.js is a good choice, or server-side rendering is a good choice in general, is when you have so many pages that statically rendering is a bad idea. Right? Or the data changes so quickly that statically rendering is a bad idea. That's about it. Best overall ecosystem. I disagree. React on its own. React on its own. You can do CSR with React and not worry about the Next.js bullshit. React is a good ecosystem. You're totally missing the point here, Max. Next.js is a pile of garbage on top of React. React is fine. It is the largest JavaScript ecosystem. Yes, if you're building a client-side rendered application or even a statically rendered application, React is probably what you should use for interactivity, right? However, Next.js? Nah, fuck that shit, dude. Burn it in a fire. Yeah, no, that's just incorrect, Deep Web. Oh, wait, hold on, shit. Oh, no! Fuck. I didn't mean to close this one. Well, giving up on it. Yeah, if you like reinventing the wheel, Alpine's great. If you like reinventing the wheel, HTMX is great. In fact, the better way of describing that is if you're doing template rendering from your back end, and you just need to decorate that shit with some JavaScript, yeah, HTMX, Alpine, any of that shit's fine. If you're building a proper, like, dashboard or application, those are both very bad ideas. If the application you're building is just glorified forms, yeah, HTMX is perfect. But that is not every application. Right? So for something like this, where you're behind a login, right? You want lightning fast page-to-page navigation, etc. Yeah, React and Vite. So when I was saying CSR, max delta, that's what I'm talking about. In general, the whole React versus Angular versus Vue, like, none of that shit fucking matters until you start considering, well, okay, I need libraries because I don't want to reinvent the wheel. The React ecosystem is larger. But that's not the argument that matters here, right? That shit is so fucking team-based bullshit that sucks to talk about because nothing new is being said. Meanwhile, though, the difference between static rendering, server-side rendering, and client-side rendering, knowing when to use one of those is way more fucking important. Wasting any CPU cycles on your back end to render templates is a terrible fucking idea. There's like maybe a 5% chance you're building something that needs SSR because you have so many pages. Or the data changes often enough, or whatever, right? And it needs to be indexed by Google. That is maybe 5% of the things you would build on the internet these days. Maybe. I think it's even less than that. The rest, either static rendering or client-side rendering. Done. No, Next.js is awful for APIs. If you're building your canonical REST API in Next.js, you're a bad engineer. Dashboards? No, Next.js is terrible. Why would you do server-side rendering for a thing that you can't get to without logging in? Exactly, I'll beat him. Yep. Like, the decision tree is very simple. Do I need SEO? Or do I need, public, unauthenticated indexing? If the answer is yes, then you get down to the branch where you decide, do I need static or SSR? And the static is, do I have less than 10,000 pages? Basically. And even then, dude, Hugo can compile 10,000 static pages in less than a second. Now, Hugo doesn't give you some of the interactivity you would want from something like Astro. Sure. So I still think the 10,000 page number is probably worth it, because 10,000 pages in Astro isn't going to be especially fast. But how often are any of those pages going to change? That's another important thing. What I think is missing, though, is maybe incremental static rendering. So do you have to statically render everything, or can you just, statically render the pages that changed and ship those up? And I don't know if Astro has solved that problem yet, but they should. Yeah, Max, I still think that's a bad idea, personally. And in fact, if you really, really wanted to do that, you should just be using TanStack instead now. Because at least with TanStack, you can mark certain pages as static versus not, right? I believe Next.js, you just do it whole hog for the site or not. But I still say, like, dude, authentication, server endpoints, server actions, no. No, I think they're shit. I think they're a foot gun. The only time you should do that is as a backend for front end. Your API should be an API server. Like Nest, not Next. This is where me and Brainless disagree with each other. He likes doing, what is it, live view in Elixir applications. I think that shit's an anti-pattern. I think it's a fucking terrible idea. I know. But it just promotes like redundancies. Because you do the live view version, but oh, now do you want to expose it to consumers that aren't your own website? You're going to have to build the REST API. You should have started from that. Should have done that in the first place. Have your static site generation, just consume that. Have your CSR, just consume that. Have your mobile application, just consume that. All right, so yeah, I am getting hungry. I would say we're not going to spend the time to look through and validate the changes happening in this chunk of code, this slice. So we'll move on past that. Let's double check where we left off with some of these. Right, SDK thing we pushed up. We'll figure more of that out. And then, yeah, this one we didn't finish either. Not necessarily. Like, you can still build the front end as static assets that live inside of an Elixir project. Like, you can still do a monorepo where you have your front end get compiled into assets that live in the static folder on your, on your API server. That's still at least doable. It's not as good because you lose out on the CDN. But I guess that's the point. Like, deploying your front end shouldn't be like a full-on deployment. It should be static assets you ship up to Cloudflare or S3 CloudFront, and you're done. That should be the simplest thing of any deployment you ever do. All right, Cloudflare pages, S3 CloudFront, super easy. But yes, you would have to at least like do some kind of like DNS routing, right? And then that's maybe more work. So Don, you're asking about for Messijo here. Messijo doesn't do X at the moment. You would need to pay for the X API, yes. And from what I was looking at, I think it's like 100K a month or some bullshit. So until I'm generating more than $1.2 million in revenue, we're not getting X. Nope. Yeah, like, and that's to get like full on like fire hose access. You could probably get by cheaper, but then it's just not how this application's built. Maybe I just built that wrong, right? I love the idea of the fire hose, right? Getting the data as quick as possible. But part of the whole point of what I'm building, right? Oh, and sorry, not facts. Notifications. Nope, solutions. That's what I'm looking for. No, that's not the one. Is this not the page either? Shit. Yeah, here we go. Right? So the whole idea is like a reply an hour late is barely worth sending. That's like part of the premise of this product. When someone does a thing like, hey, I'm ditching Notion, any alternatives out there? Boom, right? You've got a finite amount of time to respond to this and make sure that you're like sliding on into that thread. Otherwise, it just looks desperate. Well, maybe, I don't know. Maybe too fast is desperate too. I don't know. But the idea is like getting these messages as quick as possible so that we can get them to you as quick as possible so that you can reply, make a decision, do something with it, right? That's the main goal of why I think this fire hose approach is useful. But it does limit the amount of platforms that I can listen to. Okay, so yeah, we got some more stuff to respond to about this. I think we're at a good like stopping point for most of this because I'm getting hungry and I do need to at least like kick off some work stuff. As far as the work stuff we're talking about goes, I need to write a blog post that is like a not necessarily a hot take, but something that is like directly current and relevant related to like AI stuff. Because GitKraken's trying to like rebrand to like, you know, an AI company, not just a Git company. What do we think would be a good one? Last week's was let me just show you, right? Do Gemini models deserve the hate? I think that was the thing. Yeah, that was it. Right? So basically the premise was like, well, hold on. Yes, does it score the highest? No. But are there other things to measure and think about? Yeah. What's another one we could do? I'm thinking maybe something about DeepSeek? Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to have to think about that. Yeah. Embracing change on a status quo environment? What does that even mean? I know those are words, but what do they mean together? So yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think about it. But let's go figure out who do we go raid? Who's streaming right now? Right. Hold on. Who's going? We see Hypnotic going. We see Howling going. Yeah, let's go raid Howling. Yes, they're doing more reading on memory and leak code. And yeah, that could be an interesting one, Brainless. I don't know if we want to be that on the nose about, you know, the Git part. I'm going to have to think about that. So yeah, we'll be co-working over on the gaming stream. I also need to do my expense reports and shit too. And I missed some follows. LL Grim, thank you for that follow. My bad. Fox, thank you as well. EBN and Rusky, thank you. All right, so I'm going to pause the music. We are going to bid farewell to the YouTube and the Twitter. Thank you all for chilling. Appreciate you. Let's stop those.